Hello, everybody. Nicole here with a practical astrology that you can use video. And I'm doing this live. I've actually was supposed to start at 8, and all of a sudden there were technical difficulties. So, for anybody that was on about 8 and you didn't see, or you might have saw the live stream and thought that it was like that it was over. And no, that's not what happened. I don't know what happened, but between my phone and my laptop and the internet connection and whatever, it it had me going for a while. So, but guess what? We're here. Wonderful, right? So, you're gonna see me put on my glasses in a minute in order for me to be able to see. Because like if there are any comments or anything like that that comes up, I'll be able to read them. So but if you do make a comment and I don't um, respond to your comment, then don't take it personal or anything like that. It's just either that I can't see it, or it's not coming up for some reason. Sometimes that does happen too. And then I usually go back later and read the comments and respond or not. I mean, you know how people can get on here. So, Nikhil, I started. Okay, I started. So just keep it down. Okay, so this I want to talk about, especially we national a national emergency has been declared, right? So that's one thing. um then you have on the state levels where the governors are doing what it is that they need to do for their state. So in the state of Illinois, we've had our school closings, at least until the end of the month. Indiana, which is maybe like what 15 minutes, 15 20 minutes down the road, they've had their closings with the schools as well. Um, we know all over people are, because we know we're connected on social medias and stuff like that. So we have, there's family that we may have in other states, and friends, and even people that we know that live in other countries. So we pretty much know what's going on around the world. Okay, you go into the stores. I don't know who told everybody to buy paper towels and toilet paper, but whatever that's about, everybody just went out and started buying paper towels and toilet paper, and and the Lysol and the Purell, things like that, a bleach, and other stuff was left, like the food, um, the look, vitamins, and and things like that to help build the immune system, because we're talking about a virus, right? So yes, we do need to be clean, um but the sometimes you can clean the good bacteria away that we do need, right? So but the vitamins and things like that is just like left on the shelves. And again, it's about building the immune system, because the immune system is what help fight off the sickness, illness, and diseases. And the thing, and one thing's for sure is this: we we with everybody panicking, stress, because panic, that's fear, right? So fear lowers the immune system. We need to build up the immune system, but fear causes stress. Stress lowers the immune system, and if the immune system is low, then no, we don't want to do that. Okay, so if the immune system is low, that opens up the body for sickness, illness, and disease, because the immune system can't fight off anything, any of those pathogens that would invade the body. And next thing you know, boom, bam, you got what whatever it is that is around, whether it's a cold virus or it's the coronavirus or whatever, right? So we just want to make sure that we don't go into panic mode. Most people already have, and do everything that we need to do out of love and not fear. All right. When we're in fear, our brains, our minds don't function properly. The nervous system again is being taxed. It stresses out, and then we just go and do crazy stuff. So we don't need to move like that. So anyway, the title of this, and you're going to see me kind of looking back and forth here because I have my laptop and there's some things that I might need to, look up or pull up or whatever. But Great Depression 2020, how Uranus affects, the world markets, entertainment, shared wealth, and humanity. And there are some different things that I'm going to pull from in regards to that. All right. We're going to look at astrology. We're going to look at the tarot. We're going to look at scripture. And we're going to look at back through history at the time of the Great Depression when it happened back in the 1930s. It was like the end of um, what is about 1928, 29, and it was really into the full swing of things with the Great Depression in by 1930. Okay, so so it's like, well, what does that have to do with anything, and why would you call this a Great Depression? And especially when we've had recessions. Okay, we've had recessions before, and the difference between a recession and a depression or a Great Depression is that you come back from a recession. I won't say like super quick, but you come back from a recession quicker than what happened in the times of the Great Depression. Okay. Um, and things, I mean, like, yeah, over time they do balance themselves out and they do level themselves out. But this we will see similar to the Great Depression, in which many of us, I mean, we didn't live during those times. We weren't even alive during those times. We may still have grandparents that are here, whether it's I mean, when I say grandparents, if they're your grandparents, then you're probably middle age. Okay, if you have grandparents that are alive now that remember the Great Depression, okay, I mean, actually remember, that means that they're probably they were probably teenagers during that time. And when I say teenagers, I'm talking about between 13 to 16, where they can tell you about some things that happened during that time. All right. And then that means they're probably close to 90, 100 and stuff like that. And if you do have grandparents, great grandparents that can tell you about some of the things that they experienced during that time, then that is awesome. Consider yourself blessed and soak up all the wisdom that you possibly can from that person, from your your grandparents. Okay, and they can tell you some things that again, whatever it is they experience, and on a worldwide scale or whatever. So but for the most part, excuse me, for the most part, we have grandparents that are probably still here, that are probably, like I said, still here, still alive, but they weren't, they were still children or just born. Like my grandmother, that the one grandparent that I do still have alive, she was born in 1932. Okay, So her being born in 1932, by the time you figured 1932, so 1942 she was 10, okay? And about 1945, so that means she was 13. It's, where it's like you were coming out of it. All right, they were coming out. Down. All right, so they were coming out of it. But again, she's like 10, 13 years old. Not saying that she wouldn't remember, but at the beginning of it, she most likely wouldn't because she wasn't alive. And then she was, she was a child. Okay, but I will say this from things that I've learned, uh, just with her telling me her experience of with life. She became a foster child. Okay, Nikhil. She became a foster child. Her and her brother and sister, and a lot of different systems were set up at that particular time. They didn't have television like we have television. When they like the forms of entertainment were, they listened to radio shows. You know, they listened to radio shows, and the family, they sat around in the living room or whatever, sat around the radio, and they listened to the different things, but no TV at that particular time. What else? What else? What else? So a lot of the entertainment that they did have was, it was live. We had family members that were, it was her aunt, uncles, her her parents actually were dancers. They were tap dancers, and um, again, there was live forms of entertainment, and it wasn't, again, because there wasn't television, it wasn't televised like we have entertainment like right now today. You had to go to, you went to the places, you went to the shows, you went to the dance halls, you went to those things. But not like how we do when we were watching television in our homes, or like now with the internet, being able to view things from our home, go on YouTube and watch whatever it is that we want to watch from, whoever. It's not like we have to go and try to get on anybody's television program, or those type of things. So anyway, these things that we enjoy now weren't as big at that particular time, or probably, or wasn't even invented, or maybe it was invented, it just hadn't spread amongst the masses at that particular yet. All right. What are some of the things that we saw? The war. Okay, it was war during that time. I'm not going to get into a whole history lesson about it because these things are readily available, uh, through Google. You can Google what happened during the Great Depression, and it'll pull up different things. Okay, so do some research about things that happened during that time. There's a great website that you can use. It's called the People History dot, is it .org or .com? ThePeopleHistory.com. Okay, so you could go on ThePeopleHistory.com. You can like type in the search, maybe Great Depression, or put in the year of like 1930, 1932, something like that, 1945. But during those times, and it'll talk about the things that happened in each year. All right, the things that happened in each year. So you'll find that there was a war. You will find that there um what else? So the market crash, the stock market crash, all of these kind of things that took place. Okay. Um there was a boom. That was the beginning of the boom for of entertainment. But see, here's the thing. Now we have a generation called the baby boomers, right? Well, there was a reason for that. There's a reason for that. Um, People were in the house, you know, uh, and not that we had this whole thing like we have now, but with that Great Depression and all of that things, that a lot of things changed. Okay, and because of that, you had, just like we're about to see now, people at home, they're not at work and stuff like that, and who knows what we're about to see as far as, maybe some domestic stuff on both ends, some domestic stuff as far as violence is concerned, and um and then people coming together because they're spending more time with each other, and in some years or whatever, you start seeing all these babies being born. Okay, because folks are at home, right? So it's, you could go back and look at those things and see what would be some of the similarities or things that we'll see now, but it's more modernized because of the time that we're in. Okay, now why do I call it a Great Depression or 2020 Great Depression? Because the astrology piece is this: the planet Uranus. Okay, so first, before I do that, before I really go into that, I want to give a little bit of, something for you to follow. So we're going to go in these scriptures, all right? We're going to go in these scriptures and we're going to pull up a time clock, okay? Now, our Creator, you will hear me use the name Yahweh, the title Elohim, and the name Yahshua, all right? And when I read from the Holy Name Bible, the true names are in here, and there's a reason why I say that uh, the true names I'm reading. I will read from the Holy Name Bible. Is containing the Holy Name version of the Old and New Testaments, critically compared with ancient authorities and various manuscripts, and revised by the late A.B. Trainer through the Scripture Research Association. And this was reprinted by Joshua Promotions. So I'm gonna read a little bit of this preface here. There's a question. A question that may be at no, I'm gonna start here. If you were planning a trip through a strange country, would you knowingly choose an inaccurate map which shows non-existing roads and bridges? Of course not. You would get the most accurate map available. The Holy Name version provides a more nearly accurate map of the kingdom of heaven and the roads and the paths leading to and through it, and more clearly marks the pitfalls and dangers awaiting the traveler than any other version now available. To the extent that a person's beliefs and conduct are based on doctrinal misinformation supported by mistranslation, he follows a distorted map of spiritual territory. The Holy Name version is an improvement over other versions, a better map, simply because it makes use of data which have been known for a long time, but which generally have been confined to footnotes, commentaries, encyclopedias, and technical publications. The efforts at producing a more understandable translation of the Holy Scriptures have resulted from a legion of versions by many learned men with more of the same schedule in the immediate future, including a plan for a Catholic Protestant Bible. The question may be asked, why so many translations? The answer is simply that men continue translating the Bible because none of their versions satisfy the hunger for spiritual food for which Yahweh has placed in the hearts of his people. Okay? Let me read that again because I highlighted it. The answer is simply that men continue translating the Bible because none of their versions satisfy the hunger for spiritual food which Yahweh has placed in the hearts of his people. And we're going to get into that in that term coronavirus, which is you break that word down, the etymology. Corona is crown. Virus is heart. We have in our body, there's the anatomy of the heart, but then also of the brain itself. But the anatomy of the heart, there's it looks like a crown, but there's this crown around the heart. But then also something that we see in the head when we talk about like a baby being born, and we'll say, oh, we see the baby head is crowning. If we take a crown, where do we put that crown? We put that crown on our head. But there's also a crown in the anatomy of the heart. And there's a medical term for it. And then what it means, and with the Latin breakdown, it means crown. So the crown of the heart. And then virus means poison. So that's like crown poison. Is that a poison of the heart? Poison of the mind? Both? And especially with what it is that we're seeing with just with everything, pandemic, the way people will behave over these periods of time, the way people have been behaving, all of these kind of things. It's showing a spiritual sickness, illness, and disease virus. But it is a spiritual virus, but it has to manifest itself in something physical that we can see. That's what we call a Romans 1:19 and 20. I'll end up bringing up that scripture later. So let's see. Okay, I'm going to read this highlight too. Thus losing sight of what the great apostle Paul said in the 9th chapter of Romans, verses 1 through 11 and 22 through 29, that the scriptures were written for Israel, and to them which the oracles of Yahweh were committed. Israel in turn was to transmit the message to other nations, that they also might obtain the same promises through faith. Genesis 9:27, Isaiah 56 through 56, 6 through 7, and Ephesians 3:5 through 6. So it talk about the Hebrew translation, it talk about the sacred names. And I'm gonna read that. Another common error amongst the translators of their another common error among most of the translators is their elimination of heaven's revealed name of the Most High, Yahweh, and his son, Yahshua the Messiah, and substituting the names of the local deities of the nations among whom they dwelt. Psalms 96:5, expressly transgressing Yahweh's commandments as given in Exodus 20:7 and 23:13. For Yahweh they have substituted Baal, the Babylonian deity, and Adonai, the Canaanitish deity of the Phoenicians, both corresponding to the English word Lord, Lord God Jesus Christ. Let's see, go on. Okay, here. The name of the son, Yahshua, which has been substituted by Jesus, Isus and Jesus, or healing Zeus. Webster says that Zeus is the sky god and is also known as Deus, or Latin, Dio, Italian, Dios, Spanish, Dias, transcript, and Zeus Sauter, meaning Zeus the Savior. Even in the French Bible, they have substituted Deu. Isaiah 65:11 truly expresses what Yahweh thinks of Christian worship. Let's see, do I want to read this? Yes. The substitution of the names of Yahweh and Yahshua by the names of the pagan deities of the nations has brought immeasurable harm. Such names as Lord God, Jesus, and Christ in no way represent the meaning of the name revealed by the Most High to Moses and the ancient Hebrew leaders. By employing these names, the people unknowingly turn the worship of Yahweh into that of idols and actually ascribe the benevolent characteristics of the mighty one of Israel to pagan deities. Hosea 2 and 8. I have all kinds of notifications coming up. Okay, those are just some of the things that I wanted to read as far as what's in the preface of the Holy Name Bible. And okay, I have to read this because it's highlighted. Lack of wholeheartedness in belief and conduct is taken for granted by our society. Ours is an era of lip service, notorious for the hiatus between avowed ideals and sordid performance. Its symptoms are found in all walks of life, from interpersonal relationships to international diplomacy. Think about the times that we're in and what's going on, especially with what I just read. Socially minded writers, including members of the clergy, frequently deplore this condition but seem unable to recognize that it is a symptom of the underlying conceptual malaise, the, the theological neurosis of modern day Christianity so pointedly ascribed in Revelations. I know thy works, that thou art neither hot nor cold. I would that you were hot or cold. So then, because you are lukewarm and neither hot or cold, I will spew thee out of my mouth. Because you say, I am rich and increase with goods, and have need of nothing, and know not that you are wretched and miserable, and blind and naked. I ain't write this. I'm just reading it. This ailment is lamented by our contemporaries as secularism, illness of the spirit, and death of the heart. What I just talked about, coronavirus, crown poison. That crown is around the heart. And also, we'll put a crown on our head, or when we're born, our head crowns coming through the vaginal canal, right? So, again, this ailment is lamented by our contemporaries as secularism, illness of the spirit, and death of the heart. But whatever it is labeled, the condition is caused by failure to integrate that which professed believers do with that which they profess to believe. It amounts to an unconscious outward manifestation of a mass unresolved internal conflicts and a kind of unconscious rebellion against further deception and confusion of values. And we're looking at things that are going on right now as far as values are concerned on a worldwide scale. Do I want to read this part? Hey, why not? Uh, no, 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 no. I'm not going to. Um, okay, so what I have highlighted at the end, we believe in the principle that dogmatic rejection of the scriptural enlightenments leads to spiritual barrenness and rigidity, whereas acceptance after proper investigation brings continued spiritual growth. With this thought in mind, we prayerfully and hopefully present this holy name Bible. Okay, so I wanted to, I mean, I've read this preface, but any time that I have referred to this, I have never read the preface. So, for some reason, I was led to do so. So, just being obedient. But anyway, I want to bring about this time clock because many people know that in the scriptures, astrology is mentioned plenty times. The thing is, many people don't go and do their own detailed research and investigation or just read the Bible, excuse me, themselves. It's always, this middleman or whatever that just says, okay, well, this was what this says, this is what that says. Um, and everybody just go along with what someone else has said. So, of course, over time, astrology has been demonized. The tarot has been demonized. And a lot of what we call now new age practices they're not even new age. It's old. Okay, it's been modernized, but it's been kind of watered down a bit and things like that, but it's old. All right, and it's throughout the scriptures. Okay, so I want to show something as far as astrology is concerned, and we're not talking about entertainment astrology. We're not, and when I say entertainment astrology, it's just you'll find that a lot. You open up a magazine or a newspaper, and giving you your daily horoscopes, and all of that is just entertainment stuff. Hey, for Aries, and this month you're gonna be this and you're gonna be that, and then you're Aries, and next thing you know, some people it you may think you resonate with it, and then some people it doesn't at all. But again, it's entertainment astrology. Um, However, we're gonna give astrology from a different perspective and from a biblical perspective for once. Right? So Genesis 1 and 14. Okay? And Elohim said, let the lights in the firmament of the heavens separate the day from the night, and they will be for signs. Okay? They will be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens, to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And Elohim made to appear two great lights, one to rule the day, and the greater light to rule the day, Nikhil, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser night to rule the night, and the stars. And Elohim set them in the firmament of heaven to lighten the earth, and to rule by day, and to rule by night, and to separate between light and between darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. Now let me go back, because that was the fourth day, and I'm about to show you something about the first day. In the beginning, now this is Genesis 1 and 1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. And the earth became without form and void. And darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the spirit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said, let there be light, and there was light. And Elohim saw that the light, and Elohim saw the light, that the light was good. And Elohim divided between the light and between the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. Okay? So now, the first day there was light, and then there was darkness. Okay? Light and darkness. Then you have the fourth day. The sun, the moon, and the stars were placed in the heavens for times and for days and for seasons, right? And the greater light ruled the day, the lesser light ruled the night, right? It's separated between the light, and they separated between the light and the darkness. So on the first day, the light and the dark was divided. On the fourth day, when the luminaries were placed in the heavens to rule, just like it said, rule by day and rule by night, and it separated the light from the darkness. On the first day, it divided the light and the darkness. On the fourth day, it separated between the light and the darkness. Right? So here's the thing, and this is something that has been taught in science. And not only that in science, but you go to back, we talking about back in, in Egypt, with the worshiping of the sun and the moon and the stars and everything that was being worshipped. The sun god Ra and the moon god and the fertility gods and these signs, these zodiac signs, even they were worshipped. They were worshiping these things. And it's like, no, they're not to be worshipped. And they thought that the sun brought light. But you see that the light was there before the sun and the moon and the stars were. They were just things to reflect the light, the greater light and lesser light. But the light that was called forth on the first day. So in the scriptures where it talk about, the elements will be this and that and the other, but light will always be there. Light was there first. Light was there first. Oh, we won't have, as far as the vegetation is concerned. And it's like, where if you don't have the sun, the sunlight or this and that and the other, then like vegetation wouldn't be able to thrive or exist or whatever. Well, that's not true, because vegetation was brought forth on the third day, and then the sun and the moon and stars on the fourth day. The vegetation got its light from the light, not from the sun, the moon, and the stars. It just reflects that light or reflects that darkness. And that's the order of it right here. Just never has been really taught that way, right? Just wasn't taught that way. So those were things that, so I brought that up to show forth with Genesis 1 and Genesis 1, 14, 15 about the time clock. Yahweh abides in eternity, or Yahweh inhabits eternity. Yahweh is not bound by space and time, because everything abides within the pure spirit state of Yahweh. However, Yahweh did, like I said, on the fourth day, placed the sun and the moon and the stars, which are luminaries, in the heaven for days and for times and for seasons. So that is this earth realm's time clock. So what happens is when you have the sun move into or transits into into the zodiac signs for a 30-day period. All right? And the moon transits every 2 to 3 days. Mercury, same thing. You have these planetary movements going around like a clock. Okay? Like the hands of a clock. Even when we look at how a clock or a watch is made, the analog ones at least, okay, not the digital, but the analog ones. All right, it's what, just like an astrological chart. Natal chart has 12 houses. You look at the clock; it has 12 numbers, 1 through 12, and then it's divided by like seconds or degrees, just like a an astrology chart, divided by degrees, or well, I won't say divided, but it has the degrees, right? Then you have the hands. You have an hour hand, and then you have the minute hand, and some clocks do, but some don't. The analogs. Then you have the second hand. All right, that it moves around. Well, the same thing happens in the heavens. The analog clocks were made to mimic the planetary movements of the heavens, the luminaries and the planetary movements of the heavens. It was made that way, and it started out with when they had the sundials, and they were out in the in these different places, on the ground. Like, Google this stuff, it's readily available. They had sundials, and so when you had the sun moving, transiting through the sky, where it looked like the sun was moving, but it wasn't the sun that was moving, it was the earth. Right? Because we're rotating, and these planets rotate around the sun, and the moon as well, and we're like spiraling up like this. So you got the rotation, but then you have the spiraling up, going like that, right? So I should have brought me some water in here, but I'm gonna get some in a minute. So when we see in these planetary movements, and the sun and the moon and everything moving like that, that's our heaven. We're not gonna talk about, when we talk about Jupiter and all of those kind of planets and everything. It will not be in regards to, is there life on Mars or Jupiter. We're not talking about that, because we don't live there. We live here. All right. So with that, by us living here, it's almost kind of like a stay in your lane type of thing. We have to understand what is going on where we are. We're on Earth, and with this system, and you have these planetary movements, and you got our sun and our moons, and the stars in the heavens, and things like that, right? They move around, and they have in different zodiacs for certain periods of time, right? And when we are born, we're born at a specific time. There's a reason why the nurses and the doctors and all of that, you got somebody watching the clock to see when the baby took their first breath. And it's like time. They get the time. And that time is recorded on the birth certificates. Now, I've noticed over time where, like, say, my older children, when I got their birth certificates, it was the long form. I mean, you don't have to like fight to get a long form. You got the long form one, and it had the time on there. It had all those things, right? Ask me that question in a little bit. I didn't see it all because it just disappeared. But You had the birth time and everything on the birth certificate. Now you get a birth certificate. They give you a short form that just show the mother, the father, your birth date, and the city and state that you were born. And you have to actually ask for or apply for a long form birth certificate that has your time and everything on there. And you got to kind of ask that question of why that is, because there you can learn a lot about yourself and having your own map. We just talked about that reading this preface about having a map and going through, hey, you going on a what? If you were planning a trip through a strange country, would you knowingly choose an inaccurate map which shows non-existing roads and bridges? Okay, well, guess what? We always saying we're spiritual beings having a human experience. We talk about the journey. We're being on this journey on earth. Okay, you're going on a journey. We're spiritual beings on this earth journey. We came here. We have a map. We all have our individual maps through our birth charts. But then if you don't know your time of birth, where you were born, you see what I'm saying? You can't even get a map to accurately depict what it is, where you're going, your purpose. Many people are out here feeling like they're lost, don't know their purpose or what they're supposed to be doing. They have you get your education, you get a job, you work, you spend some money on entertainment or whatever, and then maybe you have some money for retirement, maybe you don't, and then you die. And nobody's satisfied with that. And they shouldn't be. They really shouldn't be. But you have many people when usually things are going along as, like routine as usual. And next thing you know, something just happens where everything in your life completely changes. And it's like, okay, well, and especially if you feel like you did all of the right things or the good things or whatever. Well, I did this and then I did that and I did this and I did that and I got the job and I such and such and then one day we downsized, they fired people, or there's a national emergency that's declared and we can't go to work, and and with that it just kind of a shift happens, right? Because that kind of stuff is an awakening. And people start feeling like, okay, well, what's my purpose? I thought it was this job, or I thought it was doing this, or I thought it was doing that, but obviously that's not it. Like everything that I planned, look, I planned was just knocked over. Or like we call that in tarot, a tower moment. You had a tower moment. And then now you're trying to figure out, well, what am I supposed to be doing? What's my life purpose? And then, you get caught up in maybe some gurus or whatever. And people usually when people seek out an astrologer or a tarot reader or something like that, a psychic or whatever, is because they're trying to find some answers. And these are the people that seem to be the oracles, or in the spiritual community or whatever. And it's like, well, let me tap into that. And don't get me wrong, people have these gifts. I know that they do. I have an ability. I have a gift. I have an ability. Okay? It's just that the way that I use it, I want mine to be in alignment and in one mint, connected to and being used by the Creator, the Holy Spirit, Yahweh. We all have psychic abilities. That's the number of a man, 6. We have 5 senses. That deals with the body. We see, that's 1. We hear, that's 2. We smell, that's 3. We taste, that's 4. We touch, that's 5. But then our 6th sense is the psychic sense. But it's just that many people don't tap into that sense in order to use it. They'll be stuck on the carnal or bodily senses. So then when someone that is more psychically in tuned and use their psychic senses just like they use their sixth sense, their fifth sense, the five senses, then it's like, ooh, let me go to this person because they're psychic and they're, no, you are too. You know, we should be to know how to move and all that kind of stuff. Something tell you, or we'll call it intuition. Some people say the Holy Spirit or whatever, but it's a psychic sense, and you can feel out your environment. You can feel the vibes of something ain't right with somebody, and all that kind of stuff that's going on. They'll tell you beforehand and all of that, right? The thing is, like I said, we all have that, but that seventh sense, the seventh, that number 7 is a spiritual number. The reason why it's a spiritual number, or seventh heaven, or 7 cycles, and we're going to get into that 7, is because of this. That 7th step, like we have this tabernacle, and there's a we call it 7 steps to heaven. That 7th is that spiritual connection. It's that spiritual oneness. I don't even like to call it a connection, because you can connect and you can disconnect. I like to say oneness because, when you become one, you're bonded. You're bonded. And it's a lot that you got to do to break a bond. All right? A lot that you have to do in order to break a bond. So we want to be bonded with the Spirit, especially in the times that we are in now. Like always, but being bonded with that one. So, we're not, because look, the psychic sense, you have somebody else's psychic sense that's more powerful or stronger than yours just because they've developed it over time. And then you're following that person's psychic sense when you need to be following the Holy Spirit. So being bonded or one with that Spirit, you won't be all over the place with every, like in the scriptures that say every wind of doctrine, because you may be following somebody's psychic senses that's really for them. I got my psychic senses too, right? But that's for me. But being bonded or one with the Spirit, then that's one thing. It's like, okay, say this, or give me whatever message, or I want you to tell this person this, or tell a group of people this, or whatever. Those are called prophets. Okay? And prophets are just those that receive a message from the Holy Spirit and then go tell the people what that message is, and not to be worshiped. That is not what prophets and prophetesses were supposed to be about. They were just messengers of Yahweh. And that's it. That is it, and that's all. Moses was one. Noah was one. Jeremiah, all of them. And if you look at their lives, nobody were worshiping them. As a matter of fact, they were ridiculing them. They received much ridicule. They had trouble from their own people and from every side. All right? So that's how you really know the difference. You know the difference between, with a prophet, because when it is a prophet from Yahweh, the people ain't, a lot of people, they not trying to listen. Or they talk about them real bad or whatever. Yeah, they crazy or none of that. Noah, for 120 years, preached that it was going to rain from the sky. They had never seen that before. And they called that man, that he was crazy, all of this and all of that. And went on to build that ark. The same people that was calling him crazy was the same people that helped them build it. Then when it was time to get in that ark, Yahweh told him, okay, now time to get in the ark, you and your family. 8 souls. It was Noah, his wife, his sons, and his sons' wives. And they got in there, and Noah didn't shut the door. Yahweh shut the door. And when Yahweh shut the door cannot be opened. Man can't open anything that Yahweh shuts, and man can't close anything that Yahweh opens. Right? And then when that happened, they were in the ark of safety. And next thing you know, bam, it started raining water from heaven, because you got to remember that you had the firmaments, and the waters were divided above and below. So it was like the heavens firmaments water. It was like the water broke from up there. Down below, water, the earth used to be watered from dew or the mist from underneath. So it's gonna rain from the sky. They like water from the sky. Like, man, you talking crazy. You crazy. Until it happened. And it's like now it's too late to get in. Now, here's this thing with what it is that we're experiencing now. People have been talking about what we're experiencing now for years. During the Great Depression, back when it happened in the 1930s, the late 20s, early 30s, people were talking about that and getting prepared for that. Didn't know how it was actually going to happen, or you know exactly what was going to happen or whatever, but it happened. During that time, there was a vision and a revelation that was given to somebody by the name of Dr. Henry Clifford Kinley, and everything that Yahweh gave him, he taught the people, made schools, all of this kind of stuff. Had this teaching going on and everything. And we had to study this freaking pattern over and over and over and over and over again. Everything in the universe is made and operates according to a threefold structure, which is the archetype pattern of Yahweh or Elohim. And nothing escapes that pattern. Everything in the universe, all of the events, all of these things go by that pattern. And it's never failing. It never fails. So, things that were talked about, things that were prophesied, things that, all of those kind of things happened back then, and he was telling the people, and all of that, right? There's many transcripts. You could go back, get the lectures, the MP3s, the textbooks, all of this kind of stuff. The information is readily available online. So they talked about this kind of stuff back then, getting prepared, you know, and showing how the children of Israel had to do that very same thing when the economy that they lived in, the country that they lived in, and that economy suffered. But even well before then, with Abraham, because Yahweh made a covenant with Abraham, but it was something that happened first. Abraham looked and saw that they were doing a whole bunch of idol worshiping, even his own father. And he didn't feel like something was not right about this situation. And when he started questioning within himself and wanted to know, I want to know who made the sun and the moon and the stars and the waters and the trees and all of this kind of stuff, because it's sure not these so-called gods that I see my father and my family and my people around me and everybody worshiping. And then that's when Yahweh spoke to him and dealt with him, because he questioned within himself that something that in the environment that he was in was not right. And then yes, that's when Yahweh started dealing with him and speaking to him within him, not outside of him, within him. Okay? And so with that, he told him what to do. Get away from your kindred and get away from everything that you know. And I'm going to take you to a land that you don't know anything about, anything of, or whatever, and I'm going to bless you there. And then Abraham, look, I don't have a son. Like, I'll go. But, and so it was a negotiation process that went back and forth. And then he, what they call, stepped out on faith. The fool, this is me bringing a tarot and astrology into it too, stepped out on faith and went. Okay? And went. So Then it was other things that happened that transpired, and you know, from all of that. Then there came a time where so Abraham had sons. He had 12 of them, and that made up the tribe, or the 12 sons, because you had 12. He had 12 sons, and those 12 sons ended up being 12 tribes, right? And Joseph, or Yosef, he had this gift, this ability to interpret dreams. He had dreams. And when he had those dreams, there was two dreams that was mentioned in the scriptures that he had. One was that you know, it was some sheeps. He was like, I had some, there was some sheeps, and my brother's sheeps bowed down to my sheeps. Then he had another dream where it was like it was the sun and the moon and the stars, and they all bowed down to me. And he told his father about this dreams, and so his, you know, father laughing, which was Abraham, and he's telling them about you know, so what you saying, that your, me and your mother and your brothers are gonna bow down to you, and you know, stuff like that, right? So his brothers displayed the behaviors of envy and jealousy. And by that envy and jealousy, they, we gonna see what's gonna happen will make of his dreams, and sought to kill him. They tried to kill him. They took him out, you know, deceived him or whatever, and then they was looking to kill him. But then you had half of the brothers was like, well, no, we shouldn't, you know, that like this is our brother, you know, so we're not gonna kill him. We'll just sell him off or whatever. All of this kind of stuff happened, and they end up, and he had this coat. That's what that whole story with, you know, Joseph and the color of the many color coat and everything. So had this coat, they stripped him of the coat. You know, they end up killing a bullock or whatever the case may be, and took it back to their, put the blood on the coat, and then took that coat back to their father, Abraham. And that's the, what they basically was like, you know, hey, we went out there in the field in order to work, and he got mauled by a bullock or whatever. So here it is, they made their father think that he was dead, that he died. All along, they plotted to kill him. And you had two other brothers that went back to where he was, and they took him out of this little pit that they left him for dead in, and they sold him to some Egyptians that was along the way. So that's how Joseph ended up in Egypt. Now the full story of that is in the book of Asher, of the detailed account of all of it, but that's how he ended up in and Jasher is not in the Canaanized Bible. You have to get that through the Apocrypha and the book of Jasher, stuff like that. You got to do your research. So that's how he ended up in Egypt in the first place. All right, but in all of that, Yahweh had a purpose for him to be there, because again, he had this gift of dreams, right? So I'm kind of fast forwarding the story a little bit. He ended up in prison because he was falsely accused of rape from Pharaoh's wife, the queen. She was trying to get at him very, very heavily, and he was like not having it at all whatsoever. And she basically lied and said that he raped her, and he did not. So he ended up in prison, innocent man in jail. So don't that sound familiar? Okay, innocent man in jail. She went and hollered rape. So so there was these two men that were there, and they had dreams. It was the baker and a butler. So he was like, well, Yahweh is the only one that could really interpret dreams, but tell me your dream. So they told him their dreams, and he basically interpreted it very simple. He was like, okay, you are going to be restored to your position. You know, like you was a butler, you're going to get out of here and you'll be a butler again. And the baker, he was like, you're going to be beheaded. They're going to cut your head off. And I know that had to be a hard thing to, do. And especially as, like, look, with tarot card readers, astrologers, the soothsayers, or whatever, everybody want to give you this good news all the time. And all the time is not good news. Every time is not good news. And in that particular case, for one person, it was. You'll be restored to your position again. You'll be straight. The other one, he was like, they're going to cut your head off, partner. Sorry to tell you, but yeah. And that's basically what happened. So when the butler when he was released, Joseph said, look, just when you go, remember me. Can you remember me? Just remember me. Remember me. So, and for anybody that may be on here, or, end up watching this later on, if you were ever incarcerated, you know what I'm saying, and you get out, and, you've made a bond with some people, made, whatever in there, because y'all was in there together. And then what? Later on down the line, you end up, you kind of, you remember those people, and especially one that kind of did you some good service or whatever while y'all were in there. And then, you out, you get some things going or whatever, and then that same person end up getting out. That's kind of like a, okay, remember me type of thing, where now they out, and you already know it's hard for them to find jobs and stuff like that. So then you look out for that one, and they give you help them get a job, because, and all of that kind of stuff. Same type of scenario that happened in that instance. Well, he said, you be restored to your position. All right, remember me when you get out there. Remember me when you get out, dog. That's basically what that was. So, turn my chair around a little bit. So next thing you know, here come Pharaoh. He has a dream. Now, this is a different Pharaoh at this point. He has a dream. 7, let me get some of that. And can you bring me something to drink? 7, he had a dream of 7 fat cow and 7 lean or skinny cow, and then the skinny cow ate up the fat cow. Now, the elite, do not think for one moment that they amass all of this wealth and all of that kind of stuff by themselves. It don't happen that way. It don't happen that way. And I'm going to show you some things as far as the tarot cards are concerned. Again, everything, all of this, according to that threefold pattern, you have the tarot card. And then I said threefold, right? So I'm going to show you 1, 2, 3, according to this threefold pattern. Now, what did I just show you? Now, this is just one deck, okay? This is a one deck. But you have your, I'll put it this way. These are like, can you give me some popcorn? Okay. This part of the deck would correlate with your outer court, your common everyday people. Okay, that's us. All right. And you have I'm sorry, I might be eating a little bit too. You have like I said, this is just common everyday stuff. All right. And you have 4 elements. You have the wands for fire. So that's what you see here. You have the wands for fire. And that correlates with the fire signs of Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. So the wands for fire, that's your element. Then you have the earth element. The earth pentacles for the earth element, which is Taurus, um, Virgo, and Capricorn. Then you have your swords. You have your swords for the air element. That's the signs of Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. And then you have your cups for the water elements. And that resonates with the signs of Cancer. I want to say them in order. Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. Okay? And again, these are like your regular, ordinary people, like John Legend talk about. That's the outer court. Now, in the outer court of that tabernacle pattern, that's where the sacrifices were made. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you catch my drift? That's where the sacrifices were made. All right? That's where the sacrifices were happened. Then you have a holy place. All right? Like I said, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. So basically, this death that happened in the outer court, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. We'll have to go into another this is going to be some different parts, because otherwise this might be a whole 5-hour, 10-hour, 12-hour thing, and we not going to go that long. We'll probably have another 20 minutes on here, and then there'll be like a part 2 or something to this, because there is a lot to truly cover, but I have to lay the foundation of this particular part. Okay, so the holy place, before you even go into that holy place in that tabernacle, all right, it's a veil. But before you can even go beyond that veil, there's oil there. The priest had to wash himself from all of the blood from the sacrifices, to wash up, and then anoint himself with oil, not just his head, but he had to oil himself up. Just like when you get out the shower, you didn't in there with water and everything. Now you dry, and you want to put some oil. Look, I use oil. I put oil on my body. My hand, a little lotion, moisturizer, but oil. Okay, you want to seal in that moisture. So anyway, he had to anoint himself with oil, which was like a quickening that, and then go up in the holy place. Now in the holy place, there were, and I didn't even talk about the instruments that was in the outer court, but I will at another time. In the holy place, there was the 7-branch golden candlestick for light. There was the table of shewbread, and all of these were gold instruments. There was the table of shewbread that had the bread on there for the priest to eat for sustenance or spiritual food, but food for him. And then there was the altar of incense that he had had to burn incense and everything on, right? That was for that gave a sweet smelling savor to Yahweh up into the most holy place, and that's where the prayers were offered for the children of Israel. So it was always intercessions, and light was in that place. It wasn't no blood, wasn't no none of that. So here you have this deck. I mean, not this deck, this portion of the deck. You see how, look, think about that pyramid. Even though that tabernacle is not a pyramid, but I'm just saying, it's a lot, it's wider at the bottom. Okay? This deck, the common everyday people, or, that's going to correlate to that outer court, you got more cards in there. So then this part of the deck correlates with the holy place. You see how that's a smaller little thin, isn't it? Now, again, you have the same elements. You have fire for the wands, and your court. We call these court cards. So in the court cards, you have, you have you have the page. So that page represents that novice, basically. He's a not. He's a This is the person that's a novice in um how, what word do I want to use here? I don't want to necessarily say a novice in spiritual things, but a novice in things that are more in elite and higher realms. Okay? Because look, we're in a holy place, right? Now the veil is a step 4. But then you got 5 and 6 and then 7 in the most holy place. But we talk about the 5th dimension and all of that kind of stuff, right? Well, the 4th, or going behind the veil, the 4th dimension, that's more going into, people think that's more spiritual, but really that 4, or going into the 4th, that's taking that veil off. That's a transition. It's not a transformation, it's a transition. Because you're transitioning from the 3D or the physical, carnal, lower state, and going into the holy place, or going into more, things, especially with that, what you call it, what the high priest had to do in the holy place to officiate in the temple, right? So here it is, you got this page being a novice into those things, but then after that you got the knight, okay? And then you see your knights, on a horse or whatever. So when you think of things like royal or whatever, just kind of think on that part in regards to this. You got your knights, they go out there, and you see he's kind of like ready for battle, go out there, fight or whatever. Okay, so it's like this. It's like a boy that's learning, and then he goes into the knight stage where he has to fight and battle and all of those kind of things for something. But then you got the queen. And if you got a queen, then of course you have the king. And then you have these common folks, okay, your everyday people, looking at the even the novice. Well, that's not the novice. This is the novice. Looking at them as like they own something, and they just really learning. And then this one is going to war, because you not that one. This one's going to war, fighting. But then you got the king and the queen, right? Because they are the ones that, they got to keep everything going and with the people and making sure that the people and what it is that they're ruling, because the king and queen are rulers. That the people have the resources and all of that kind of stuff. But look, that's not all. Okay? Now again, remember that we still have the 4 elements. We still have the 4 elements of the fire, of earth, of air and water. But then now you have this portion of the deck would correlate with the most holy place, spiritual things, okay? Because in the most holy place was the Ark of the Covenant. You had the angels, right? You had angels, you had Gabriel and Michael, Gabriel was the messenger. You had Michael as the, carried out the actions of the message. And that correlates with the right hemisphere and left hemisphere of the brain, and the way our brain operates too. Everything is made and operates according to that threefold tabernacle pattern. Nothing escapes it. Our bodies are made just like that tabernacle pattern. Our body functions, is it operates in the same manner. And that's why we are known as where we are, where it's like our bodies are the temple of the Holy Spirit and we are not our own, right? And if our members used to serve for purposes that weren't so good, our members or our bodies could now serve for that is being that spirit in us that now we are in alignment with and bonded with. Not just only in alignment and not just connected, but bonded. We want to be bonded and sealed, right? Especially now. Anytime, but especially now. So this, with this deck, not this deck, with this portion of the deck, usually when these cards are pulled, it's showing some major things happening, some major things turning, some major turning events or whatever that has nothing to do with anything that we have done. When we're like reading tarot or whatever, when you see some major arcanas, that's just signifying something that is happening beyond the physical. Because in that most holy place, you have angels, okay, Michael, Gabriel, but then even on the veil, there are angels that were embedded in the veils. And you have the law, the Ark of the Covenant. The law was placed within an Ark of the Covenant. And then you have that, it looks like an all-seeing eye, which that just typified the spirit of Yahweh being on that ark. And you had the two angels, those archangels that were facing one another, but really with Yahweh in the middle, they were looking at Yahweh, basically. And whatever the spirit of Yahweh gave, that's what they carry out to do in all the angels. And so these cards, they also correlate with certain angels. They correlate. Let me see. Okay, like you got the Lover's card. You see an angel there. That's like Adam and Eve in the garden. You got the tree, the forbidden fruit with the serpent. You got Adam over there with the bush and the flaming. And then you got, this is supposed to be Gabriel. And you got the cloud, which represents Yahweh. All of these things. You got the chariot. This is what happened when the children of Israel were coming out and they had the chariots going behind. All of these lion, strength, tribe of Judah. Again, all of these things. But what I wanted to really bring forth. But I just wanted to kind of get into that a bit to show how, and I can even go deeper, and I will, but it will be segmented. It'll be segmented videos explaining each card and what they really truly mean, more than just what many tarot have been taught about it over time, because you have to understand where the system even came from in the first place. So want to pay particular attention to these two cards. All right, these are major arcanas. One is the Wheel of Fortune, has the number 10, and the last card. This is the last card of the deck, the World card, and it's the number 21. And there's a reason why it's 21 cards in a deck. You got 3 cycles of 7. 7, 7, 7. That's why it's 21 cards. And like the title of this is seven you know how Uranus and Taurus affects these four markets basically. And I want to show you that here, but not so much with this card than with this one, because this is what we're looking at right now. And actually, you know what? The truth is this one too. But I'm going to show it here, but the way it looks on here is a little bit reversed. Okay? So I'm going to show you what some things mean here and how we'll see events played out over some time. All right? So, first of all, I'm going to read something. Let me see. Is it okay? It's not okay. It's in this book. Now, this particular book that I'm about to read from, the first edition of this book was written. No, it was published in 1961. 1961, but it took some time for it to even write. So when it began to be written, it was made maybe in like the 1940s. But even some of the resources that it was pulled from, a lot of things that are in here were pulled from other resources, and those resources were around for quite some time too. Okay, ancient stuff. Okay, so I'm going to read this. It's from the Elohim, the archetype, original pattern of the universe. And this is volume, where am I reading from? Volume 1 or volume 2? Reading from volume 1, page 115. The Word was made flesh. Hebrew is the original language that was spoken by all mankind before the Tower of Babel. And I'm going to show that in a tier. I'm going to show it in the tier. All right. So Hebrew was the original language that was spoken by all mankind before the Tower of Babel. You see that? It says the tower. This is the tower card. Before the Tower of Babel, oh shoot. And the confusion of the tongues. It was my book was messed up. All right. So this is what this really is an illustration of. When this card is usually pulled, it's showing, it's like, oh, you had a tower moment. And in that tower moment, it's basically like, things were going on or, whatever. And then all of a sudden, like, boom, things happened and fell apart and got ripped upside down and, whatever. Because there's a story in the scriptures about what happened after the flood. After the flood. And Yahweh promised Noah that I won't destroy the earth again by water. And he made a promise of that. And that's why you see the rainbow, all of that kind of stuff, that whole story. And so after that, you had, was it Nimrod? That it's like, hey, let's go out there and we're going to build a tower. And we're going to build it up so high to where if the earth is destroyed again, we won't get caught up in this flood. And Yahweh is like, these fools. First of all, I said that I wouldn't destroy the earth by water again anyway. Now you're out here trying to build a tower all the way up into the heavens. Like, really? And so he sent some angels down there to just make it to where they can't even understand each other. Because Everybody spoke one language at that point. They all spoke Hebrew. And he confused the tongue or confused the language, and that knocked that. I mean, of course, that for, because again, you see that crown up at the top, that's like King Nimrod. And so tower moment is like you building it, building it, building it, building it, building it. And you shouldn't have been doing that anyway, because that ain't, and now we just gonna knock all this over, right? Okay. So that's what that really is about. But you'll understand why I'm saying that as I continue to read from here. Okay, so Hebrew was the original language that was spoken by all mankind before the Tower of Babel in the confusion of the tongue. On the preceding page, you will find a chart on the original Hebrew alphabet as is outlined in Psalm, the 119th division. This psalm has been available since the time of King David, but not understood by theologians, linguists, and historians. It has also been used by occultists and so-called gypsies in modern and modified form, and is the original basis of the tarot cards favored by fortune tellers and mystics. Of course, these people have no idea of its true value, but they do know that there is something about it that intrigues the imagination. Now you know a little bit about how these originally came about. Like I said, you got tarot card readers, you got divination, you got, that is something about the energy of it with the pictorial illustrations and everything that, and it's used in divination. But the basis of this came from what we just, talked about, and it's the Psalms, the 119th division. Okay, the Hebrew letters were and are used for counting or numbers as well as letters. There is a more complex system of counting in present use other than the 1 through 20 as on the chart. But we will not endeavor to go into that in this brief article. To write a full explanation of the 19th division of the 119th division of Psalm and the accompanying chart would require a volume larger than the Bible, for this psalm does explain the core and correlate everything in the Bible, but of course, if in modified and condensed form in symbolic language. So hold on. Let me see if, okay. So basically, now I'm going to show you a picture. Where is it? Okay. So you might not be able to make this out, but I'm going to try my best. Okay, so you see this? You see these? Okay. Now, the tarot card. This is how it came about. The Hebrew nation kept going into captivity. They kept going into captivity over and over and over and over again because of disobedience. They were disobedient to Yahweh. They were supposed to be the lead. Not that they were supposed to, but they were supposed to lead because they were led by Yahweh. Okay? They were led by Yahweh. And all of the other nations around them, They were supposed to lead by example those other nations, because those other nations were just doing things that they ain't had no business doing, and in Yahweh's eyes it was wicked. This not Nicole, this is just, in Yahweh's eyes it was wicked. I'm just telling a story. So because he dealt with them, and he's just like, look, if you be obedient, then you will be blessed. This is Deuteronomy chapter 8. I mean, not 8. Deuteronomy chapter 28. It gives blessings and curses. If you be obedient and follow, then you will be blessed going in, you will be blessed going out, you will be this, you will be that. All the stuff that the church folks talk about, when it comes to prosperity and, all of that kind of stuff. And then go around and act like they don't have no good sense. But then, and I'm not just talking about Christian folk, I'm talking about people across the board. I don't care what it is that we do, that we believe, that we don't believe. We can be atheists for all. If our behavior and conduct is not that as it should, because we all know right from wrong. We really do. It's just that if we keep on in a direction that's really not the way, then what happens is it's kind of like it just turns off. It's like light is on, and you don't want to be in the light. Okay, boom, cut off the light. It's dark now. Continue on in what it is that you're doing, because that's what you choose to do until, whatever. Okay, so he gave them, if you're obedient, then you'll be this, that, and the other. If you refuse and rebel, you'll be cursed going in, cursed going out, cursed in the field, cursed in the, just all of that kind of stuff, right? That's in there, and it lines up with a specific group of people even to this day. However, there was something, that already happened that we'll get into future videos. But they kept on going into captivity so much, and every time that they did, what happened was they they would have books and libraries and things, because they were writing, and historians, and I mean they were you talking about Yahweh dealing with these people, like, yeah, they were bright and intelligent and all of that anyway, and inventors and doctors and healers and all of this kind of stuff, building wealth, all of that. Well, when they was disobedient and not doing what they were supposed to be doing, they went into captivity. They would be taken over by, whatever nation around them, because they would be weakened. Their system would be weakened. Now think about this coronavirus thing, okay? Any virus, any sickness, illness, disease, when your immune system is weakened, it opens up for all foreign bodies to come in and to attack the body. What happened? They were disobedient. They weren't following health. They had laws. They had health laws. They had food laws. They had money laws. They had all kinds of laws. They had laws within how they supposed to keep their family, all that kind of stuff. And when they start doing what the other people were doing around them, the other nations that were around them was doing some stuff. And then, they start making marriages with them and agreements with them, marriages agreements, making marriages with them and agreements with them and doing what they were doing. And Yahweh is like, that's not what I said. That's not what I said to do. And he would give them warnings and warnings and warnings, and they wouldn't take heed. And next thing you know, their system was weakened. And now here comes the invaders. And look, they would burn their books, they would kill up their people, they would just all of that kind of stuff. And the ones they would be taken into captivity. And then they would be under rule for, 70 years or 50 years or whatever. Okay? That's what would happen. So because of that, when their books got burned up, what they had to end up doing was they took the books and what they remembered, and the history that was brought down in their prophecies and things like that. And they wrote them, they put it in picture image. So that's what it was that I just showed. As far as this, this is Psalms 119th division, that explains the Hebrew alphabet, but it's in pictorial illustrations, because the Hebrew alphabet, each letter has a meaning. So by each letter having a meaning and a story behind it, then they just wrote the story out in pictorial form on a card. And that is how the tarot came about. Each of these images on these cards are actually pictorial illustrations of Psalms 119th division. That's what it is. Okay, you got the. I'm gonna point some of them out. So you have let's see the. Okay, Lamed. This particular one that I have my hand on, I hope you can see it with this light right here. You probably can't see it really good, but I'll tell you what it is. It's a man hanging. He hanging from a tree. Okay? And that's Psalms 119, 89 through 96. It's a man hanging on a tree. That's what it is. What's this? A man hanging on a tree. Hanged a man. This is 119, Psalm 119, 89 through 96. Hanged man. The tarot card system came from Hebrew culture, because it was their Bible, or their, and I don't want to even use the word Bible, because they didn't use the word Bible. But it was the scriptures and pictorial illustration that they can carry around with them, and they used that as far as divination and everything was concerned, because they had lots and runes and all of those kind of things that tarot readers use right now. Because again, they know that there's something spiritual with that. But this is where the system came from. Here, Samek, serpent, Psalms 119, 113 through 120, and you have a man, you have the man and a woman, and they are bound by some. They're chained to something. You see that right there? You see them being chained to something there? Right there? Now I'm going to show you what card that is. That's the devil card. That's the devil card. That's what that is. The tarot cards are Psalms 119 in pictorial illustration, and it's used for divination. Now you also then look. Actually, card 21, and the tarot actually it has it a little backwards, to be honest with you. Because the 21st card in tarot, in the tarot, is this one with the woman. But you know what? Nope. I'm not gonna say that's wrong. Nope. Because it's the tabernacle pattern in the middle, and so it would be that body in the middle. It would be that body in the middle. So I just showed it here. I don't know if you could. Okay, I think it's better when I do it like that. Here, you see where it's the, you see the eagle? That's an eagle. That's a lion. That's the ox. That's a man. And then that's the tabernacle in the middle. And then you see the Hebrew letter 21, Ta. Eagle, lion, ox, man, and a tabernacle, which is the body, in the middle. Now I'm going to tell you what this stands for. Eagle, because the 12 tribes, the way they had to camp out, the way they had to the way they had to camp out on their system, the way they lived, their system, there was a north, east, west, and south. Listen to what I just said. North, east, west, and south. N for north, E for east, W for west, S for south is news. Are we watching the news right now of what's happening on the, and then that's four corners. You got N for north, E for east, W for west, S for south, four. In the scriptures, it talk about the four corners. You know, children of Israel scattered over the four corners of the earth. Okay? And we'll say, oh, the earth is round. Well, yep, it is. However, you got four elements. You got four elements. And not only that, you have and each is called a is it triplicity? No, it's not triplicity. I forgot what it's called. But it's when you have four, you have four signs, and then the elements of the each sign. And they would be, you got your cardinal, you have your fixed signs, you have your you have a cardinal signs, you have your fixed signs, you have your mutable signs, and you have your cardinal, fixed, mutable. Wait, is that it? Cardinal, your fixed, and your, yeah, you have your cardinal, fixed, and mutable. I don't know why I'm feeling like I'm missing one. No, I'm missing one. You start off the season, you start off the season, you fixed in the season, and then you no. That's right. You have your cardinal. That's the cardinal signs initiate. Your fixed signs is stable. Then you have your mutable signs where there's a transition into the next season. Okay, so your cardinal signs are four. Aries initiates spring. Cancer initiates summer. Libra initiates fall, and Capricorn initiates winter. But there are four. You need four of something to stand. Like you look at any table. You look at a car driving, stability, you got four wheels, and then, oh, you got tricycles, and you got, yeah, you do have stuff like that, but for the most part, your average standard car, vehicle, a table, or whatever, it has four corners in order to stand or to be stable. All right? So those are the cardinal signs for initiation into another season that starts it off. Then you have your fixed signs. So the fixed ones would be like say again, I say we have signs that initiate the season or starts the season off. Then you get actually into that season. Okay? So like we're about to go into being you got the spring season that's officially not there yet. But then you have um in the month of Taurus, it's it's spring. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like it's no longer like initiating spring. It is spring. And it's usually the spring like spring be like what, May 20th, May 21st, or something like that. And it correlates with the Taurus season. Okay? It's fixed. It is that season. So you got Taurus being a fixed sign. You have Leo being a fixed sign. That means that it is summer. And then you have Scorpio being a fixed sign that it is fall or it is autumn. And then you have Aquarius being a fixed sign, meaning that it is winter. Those are fixed signs. And they're fixed because it's like they're stable. We're stable into whatever season that it's in. Okay? Then you have your mutable signs or the transition ones, where it transitions from one season to another. So when you're in that transition mode, it's like a shock if you just go into directly from one to the other. So it got to be a transition period. So where, say, um, um, we're transitioning from spring to summer, right? That's the time period of Gemini, because Gemini is a mutable sign. So transitioning from spring to summer, then you'll have it to where in the time of Gemini season, it still kind of feel like some spring days. And then you'll have some days that's kind of like it feel like summer. And then some spring days and some summer days and some spring days. And then we get into Cancer season where it's initiating the summer season. you know. So your mutable signs, that's what many people will say things about the signs of Gemini, about the sign of Virgo, about the sign of Pisces, about the sign of Sagittarius. Even though I didn't say that in order, that it's like they're flaky or flighty or unstable or whatever, but that's their nature. It's because it's the transition between two different seasons. It's a transition between two different seasons. So it's like, it's kind of like, oh, they could be this or they could be that, or they could be this or they could be that, or whatever. But that's that nature. So anyway, um I wanted to explain all of those to really get to the the fixed signs, because that's what's going on right now. That's what's going on right now. That's where we are right now. That's what's happening right now. And that planet Uranus, Uranus rules it rules Aquarius. It's a planet and it rules Aquarius. The original ruler of Aquarius was Saturn, but then when Uranus was discovered, I think it was like 1858 or something like that. It was assigned to the sign of Aquarius, and so that's the awakener. When Uranus moves into a sign, it shakes up. It seems sudden. It awakens. You know, it's kind of like I knock all this stuff over, that type of thing. But it shakes things up. And what else does it do? And then it begins to do a radical change. You know, it's that's what it's like, a radical change of things. And but not only that, it it helps to progress as well. And that's why Aquarius is known as this like progressive sign. But it's known to progress. The sign is Aquarius and those things, but it's the planet that actually brings that energy. Okay? The planet itself brings that energy. So with the seven, or it's like, say I was talking about those seven fat cow and the seven skinny cow, and you know all of that thing with Joseph and the famine that took place, and they had a time of abundance. You know, he was when Pharaoh had that dream, and the butler was like, oh yeah, you know, you had this dream, and they were all, you know, the elite. They use astrologers and stuff. They use astrologers, psychics, and all of that, because they know that they know how to read the heavens. Okay, they know that the astrologers know how to read the heavens, and will say, well, this is what's going to happen in this time, or the signs of certain things, and they know how to go about to set things up, or try to deter things from happening. That's what they did in the scriptures as well. Ain't nothing new under the sun. That which was then is now. That's in the book. So what happened was this. He had that dream, and he brought his astrologers. He brought, and I'm going to show this card up. He brought his astrologers, magicians, okay? You know, look, your psychics, all of them. He brought them all. And what happened was, they couldn't tell him what the dream meant. Oh, I mean this, oh, I mean that. But in his spirit, Yahweh didn't allow his spirit to be satisfied with the answers that they gave. None of them. But that's because he purposed for Joseph or Yosef to do what it was that he did, because he gave Joseph this gift of dream interpretation, and which it wasn't really Joseph, because Joseph said it out his own mouth. Look, Yahweh the only one that can interpret dreams, but tell me your dream. Right? So that shows that Yahweh was working with him. So when all the astrologers and all of that kind of stuff couldn't give an answer for what it was that, you know, what this dream meant and all of this kind of stuff, right? That's when it clicked to the butler. He said, wait, now I'm going to take it in terms that we know today. Wait a minute. I was locked up with this guy. I was locked up with this dude. You know, we was in jail in the prison, and I had a dream, and it was somebody else that was locked up with me too. We had dreams, and he was able to tell us what you know, I interpret our dreams for us. And he said that I would, you know, go back to my job, my position as a butler, and I did. And the baker, he told him that he would get beheaded, and y'all cut his head off, basically. And so he was like, you might want to try him out. And so, you know, the Pharaoh, he was in jail with y'all. He was like, yeah, he was. And that's what he told. Yeah, that's what he did. So they went and got him. And he was like, look, your guy basically told me that you interpreted his dream and everything. So is that what you do? He said, well, Yahweh is the only one that can interpret dreams, but tell me your dream. So he told him the dream. And then he said, oh, Well, this is the meaning of your dream. The seventh fat cow represents 7 years of plenty, where we're going to be in a time of abundance. And then the seven lean cow represents uh, a time of famine, where we're not going to be in abundance at all. It's going to be followed up by famine. We're not going to have as much, not much crops, not much this, not much that, right? And so he's like, you got to have a plan. What Pharaoh ended up doing was like, okay, well, if you know this, then um, I'm gonna put you over it. That's how, when we hear this story in the scriptures, he'll take you from the pit to the palace. Oh, yeah, true. Um, yeah, But that's what that was about. So he was down in the pits of the prison with this gift, and then he was brought into that position and put as governor in order, because he knew what to do with the resources. He was set up as governor because he had to govern. Okay, while we have the 7 years of planning, we're gonna put up, we're gonna store up, we're gonna preserve, we're gonna, all of this kind of stuff, because in the next, after this 7 years, we're gonna have a 7 years where that's not gonna be like that. It's not gonna be as much. Well, as the story goes, basically his family came, and they realized who he was, and everything. And reading the full story is like amazing, because you see what really happened. But he basically like, well, look, y'all tried to kill me and everything, but it's cool. Don't even trip. I forgive y'all. Y'all had to do what y'all did. Because if you didn't do what you did, I wouldn't even be in the position in the first place, in order to have stuff stored up, in order for you, my father, and all our family to eat. And because Yahweh put me in this position in order to feed my family, everybody else around this whole country, this whole entire country is benefiting because of Yahweh's promise to our father, which is Abraham, that's sitting right here before us today. And then Abraham, before he passed away, he went on to bless all of them and let them, touch them, to let them know, look, this is what's going to happen to you and your tribe. This was going to happen to you and your tribe, all this kind of stuff. And then and Yahweh told Abraham, he said, look, your lineage, your seed is going to go down in Egypt. They're going to be evilly entreated, all of this kind of stuff. He said, but they're going to come out with great substance. He said they're going to be evilly entreated. They're going to be in a bondage for 400 years. For 400 years. Now, when they were down in Egypt, they were down there for 430 years. I always hear that Yahweh is exact. So, in the scriptures, they were down there for 430 years, but it's another people that was in bondage and slavery for 400. For 400. And, baby, stop it. We on time, y'all. We on time. I mean, this just came to me. We on time. Yahweh is on time. When I just said there was another people that was in bondage, or have been in bondage for the past 400 years. Because in here, it said 400 years. But they were down there for 430. From 1619 to 2020, do the math. You subtract that. That's 400 years. It is 2020 right now. And what's happening? What is freaking happening? Uranus done moved into Taurus, and we seen some kind of effects of it before. Because I saw it. Yahweh had my eyes on it. He's like, let me show you this according to astrology and time. And then there was some things that was brought out in the news. It was two people, wealthy people, that committed suicide. Wealthy, okay, committed suicide. Kate Spade and this other this man, he was a chef and committed suicide when Uranus, because Uranus was in Aries for the past 7 years. This is where I'm getting into that 7 years of plenty and that 7 years of famine. Uranus stays in a sign for 7 years. And remember I talked about that, you got with the four, like the four signs. You got Aries, you got the cardinal signs, you got the fixed signs, and you got the mutable signs, right? And you got Aries, you got Cancer, you got Libra, you got Capricorn. Now when Aries was when Uranus was in Aries, the effects of that of Uranus in Aries affected Cancer, affected Libra, and affected Capricorn. And those that had sun signs, and if they had any other planets in those signs, but definitely those with sun signs, because the sun, sun or that light, that's dealing with your character. It's gonna deal with your character, and it's gonna show if you light or if you dark. And so when Uranus was in Aries, all Aries felt it. And I'm talking about sun signs. All Aries sun signs felt it. All Cancer sun signs felt it. All Libra sun signs felt it. All Capricorn sun signs felt it. Now, what they did with that energy that's dealing with their basic character was on each and every one of us. I'm saying us because I'm an Aries. And not only that, but I have Jupiter and Mercury. I have Jupiter, I have the Sun, Mercury, Jupiter in Aries, and I also have and Chiron and Ceres that are those are asteroids. And then my MC, or my midheaven, is in Aries. So I felt a freaking drastic change with me. I mean, and for 7 years, it was one thing that I'm gonna do this and do that. Yahweh was like, no, I got something for you to do, and you can't do it with what you doing right now. And I'm like, well, what in the okay. So first of all, you're gonna homeschool your kid. Then it turned out to be with an S, plural. And that wasn't on my plate at all. And then what I'm doing right now, for me, I'm like, I'm gonna be a natural hair, well, not natural hairstylist, but I'm gonna be, a licensed cosmetologist and own my own salons and have franchises. And that was my plan since I was 4 years old. Okay. And by the time I got that particular message, I was managing the salon and about to move into salon ownership. And he was like, nope, I got something else for you to do. What's that? Now I'm here talking to folks on YouTube videos and stuff like that, and talking about astrology and everything. And although I had always, this was always something that I did, but it was more so of my own, well, I felt or I thought it was of my own interest, About 14, 15, I just started getting astrology books and reading them and being interested in it, and Linda Goodman and, all of these kind of things. And especially, and then the, I don't want to necessarily say like the ridicule of it. It wasn't the ridicule of it, but being in, in the religious organizations and stuff like that, that'll tell you, oh, that's of the devil and all of that kind of stuff. Then now, I got this interest, but I'm hiding it. And, but I don't know who the heck I was hiding from. I had my books. I didn't have my books locked up in anything or whatever. But I didn't tell anybody about it. That's just all I could say. I didn't tell anybody about, I knew about astrology and read charts and none of that stuff. That's just things that I did. In private by myself, and only talked to a cousin, one cousin that was, and it was like You interested in astrology too? I am too. Whoa. you know, whoa. that kind of thing. So it's like now I can talk astrology to somebody because I couldn't talk astrology to folks before. Because nobody, it's just kind of like, what's she talking about? And, and that stuff for the devil and that sort of, all of that kind of stuff. And now, okay, it's taking that knowledge and coupling it with the tarot, but then see how it relates with scripture. That wasn't none of me. That wasn't none of me at all. That was just Yahweh showing, okay, this is how this goes with this, and this how you put together. It was puzzle pieces, and he just like, let me show you how to put these puzzle pieces together. Like, whoa, okay, cool. But that really happened over a span of 7 years, to be honest with you. Not say I took up the study in 7 years, but where it became more of a more serious and seeing how it aligned with certain things. And then a whole lot of other things that happened, in between that time too. And that's just something that that's just something that I'm sharing that happened with myself personally. But then on a wider scale, when you had Uranus moving to Aries, you got a lot of, because Aries is about Aries, the sign, entrepreneurship, self-starter, self-motivated, self-directed. Aries is a lot of it's self, but it's more, it's self-learning. Look, do-it-yourselfers. A lot of Aries are do-it-yourself kind of people. You gonna learn how to do this project, and instead of paying for somebody to do it, you're gonna do it yourself. Just all of that, right? Independent, all of that. So then you have and then taking those things and maybe making a type of business or something out of it, some entrepreneur endeavors. You move Uranus into Aries over a 7-year period. You had an entrepreneur boom online, because that's what Uranus is about. Uranus is technology. Uranus is the World Wide Web. The Uranus is all of that. Okay? So you had people that were becoming entrepreneurs with, look, Mark Zuckerberg. Under that time period, where you had these social media websites from, Mark Zuckerberg with Facebook, YouTube, all of these things happened during that time where Uranus was in Aries. And you got businesses and people and entrepreneurs becoming entrepreneurs online. Again, Uranus ruling technology, Uranus with progression, Uranus with taking something and innovating it. So it was a lot of web innovation, all of that kind of stuff that happened over that 7-year span, and it seemed to happen quickly, right? So now, and then look, people were becoming like millionaires overnight. Well, it seemed like it was overnight, but they probably had something that they were working on, and because they were local, it's just local. But then you put it online, now you can reach a broader scale of people, and boom, next thing you know, it's like, hey, you had people that was like, take Kevin Hart for instance. And here's the thing about that, because Kevin Hart is a Cancer. Okay? Again, you had Uranus in Aries, and the signs that it, had this energy going in that square, or affecting, so to speak, Aries, Cancers, Capricorns, Libras, right? So you had Kevin Hart. I remember watching Kevin Hart as a comedian on BET and doing Soul Plane, them kind of movies and stuff like that. Next thing you know, with the internet, he just thought, wait, I'm finna take this internet and I'm a market myself online, basically. And Kevin Hart was always already doing what he was doing. He was in little different movies and all of that kind of stuff. But then with the internet, with the MySpace and everything. He went on MySpace. Remember MySpace? I remember MySpace. On MySpace and YouTube, and just started marketing himself online. And then there's everybody from all other different places. He was able to see, well, who was it? Who are the people that wanted to see Kevin Hart? And so when you have that region of people that want to see Kevin, then he was going there. And he just took the World Wide Web. He took his social media and marketed himself, and boom, now we have Kevin Hart every freaking where. And many people were able to do that, but he did it in a way where that's how he just really ended up blowing up. Although he was already out there. Like I said, I remember him being out there. BET, all that. He was hosting the BET stand-up comedy. And I remember him being on a baby story on TLC. He had a friend, him and his friend were, in that whole comedic circle. And his friend was the one was on TLC because his wife was about to have a baby. And Kevin Hart was just there, like, hey, I'm Kevin Hart. And I'm like, that's Kevin Hart, the comedian. But most people didn't know who he was. They had the spotlight on the other dude. You don't even know who that other dude is right now. Or if he even doing comedy or stand-up still or whatever. I don't know. But that's what happened with the online, and people were able to utilize that and leverage that to their advantage. I was trying to leverage it to my advantage at that particular time. However, it just wasn't time yet for whatever that particular thing that Yahweh was having me to do. He like, not yet. Hold on, not yet. And I'm like, but not yet, because that's what the Aries want to do. We look, we ready. we stay ready. Okay, I'm ready to go. He like, no, hold back. Wait a minute. I'm like, okay, I got everything. I got the camera. I got the lights. I got the I got the equipment. He like, wait. Huh. But that was me. So Uranus ended up moving into Taurus. It moved into Taurus, then it went retrograde. Mercury is not the only planet that goes retrograde. The only thing that don't go retrograde is the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon. They have to keep moving forward. But all of the other planets go retrograde. Okay? They go retrograde. So Uranus moved into Taurus. When it moved into Taurus that first time, like I was saying before, you seen that. Well, I remember seeing it, but I knew as far as the sign was concerned, you had two millionaires that had committed suicide. Kate Spade and the other guy that was a chef. I'm like, oh shoot, that's that. I said, whoa. And then of course people were talking for years about, what was going to happen with the markets and to save up and money and buy you some gold and silver and stock and do that and pull your money up out these 401ks and put it into another investment vehicle, buy you some Bitcoin, get into Bitcoin or what's the other one? Chain, it's called chain something. You got Bitcoin, you got the I forgot what it's called, but it's a chain type thing. And invest in certain stocks, not the ones that's gonna end up going under, but invest in certain stocks and like I said, get you some gold and silver. The preppers were, we're gonna get this food and prep up and store up on food and get you some batteries and two-way Walkmans and all of this kind of stuff that they I know at least for the past 20 years, that's what I've been hearing about. For the past 20 years. Okay? And I did what I could. With all of that. I listened. A lot of people were, and see, they said world was gonna end in 2000, and we thought that this, but then that didn't happen, and folks started people started turning a deaf ear to it because it was always like a false alarm type of thing. So some people stopped. Some people thought they wasn't paying attention or whatever. But I'm knowing, I'm like, nah, this is something we need to look at and be doing and all of that kind of stuff, because you just never freaking know. Something is about to happen. I didn't know exactly when, but I knew. I'm like, I don't know if it's gonna happen in my lifetime or whatever, but something's going down, right? So it was doing all these things. So then Uranus moved into Taurus. We saw the first dip in the stop and all of that. People weren't taking it so seriously or whatever. And then Uranus went retrograde for a while, and it kind of moved back into Aries again. Then it moved forward. Then it stayed. Then we had a Uranus retrograde for the past 6 months. So Uranus was retrograde in the Taurus over maybe like about the past 5 or 6 months, and it just went back retrograde not too long ago. I mean, not retrograde. It just went direct not too long ago. And then stuff started happening again with these markets. And then the coronavirus outbreak, right? And that happened right when Uranus went direct. It happened and not only that, Uranus went direct. I think Uranus went direct, and Saturn and Pluto in Capricorn made a conjunction. I mean, it conjuncted exact degrees. Now, what does that mean? Because you got Taurus as an earth sign, Capricorn is an earth sign. Saturn and Pluto are in Capricorn right now. Capricorn is a sign, and that sign, under its domain is authority, it's government officials, anything and all things government, administration. Like I said, all of that is under Capricorn domain. When Pluto went into Capricorn in 2008, we saw our first black president, Barack Obama. Well, why do I say that? Because Pluto rules Scorpio, and that's darkness, dark, black. First black president in 2008 when Pluto went into the sign of Capricorn. And then the real estate market started doing what it started doing. And Pluto stays in the sign for about approximately 21 years. So we've seen a transformation, and look, because Pluto rules Scorpio, it's about going deep down into the dark abyss, what's hidden, what's under the surface, what's secret, all this kind of crazy stuff that may be going on deep down under or whatever, and it brings it up to the to surface for transformation, right? Brings up the hidden stuff. So when Pluto went into Capricorn in 2008, slowly but surely that transformation, we started seeing deep, dark, hidden, psychological, all kinds of, because it's about psychology or psychological stuff too, being brought up to the surface in government and authority and all of that stuff. Look, stuff with R. Kelly. It's like, oh, you gonna bring something back that happened 20-something years ago, whatever. Well, I tell you this, that's what Pluto do. That is what Pluto does. I don't care if that was going on now, today, that's what Pluto does. And again, remember I said about Uranus. Uranus was affecting the Aries, Capricorn, Cancer, Libra. R. Kelly is a Capricorn. So Uranus, not only was Uranus affecting by being in Aries, so Uranus was squaring his sun sign, and then Pluto was right there on his sun sign as well. Yeah, he got it, baby. Because I'll tell you what, you can do what you want to, but you can't do nothing with these planets. I don't care how many missiles they shoot or satellites that they put on the sun, moon, stars. They ain't put nothing on the sun, it's gonna burn up. But I don't care what they do. Trying to go, I don't, it don't matter. Man can't do nothing with those planets and that energy that it creates when it makes certain trines and aspects and squares and oppositions and all of those things. And the only way that we are not, where we don't um it's up to us what we do with the planetary energy. That's that whole free will thing. The only free will that there is we're choosing between light and darkness. It's up to us what we choose. And then after that, it's um oh, look, that's what we here to do. Look, as a servant of Yahweh, that is what we're here to do. I'm just honored to be in a position to actually do it. Otherwise I'd be doing something else, right? So so we have the choice that we have is that's the free will. Are we going to choose between light and darkness? Are we going to choose between righteousness and unrighteousness? What are we choosing? And when do we choose it? In the scriptures it say, look, you want to choose Yahweh where he may be found, when he may be found, while he's near, right? What happened in the scriptures when Joshua was being offered up and he was being accused of something that he didn't do, and then Caesar, he put it was because they had a releasing. So it was like they could always, all right, choose between which one you want to be released. And then you had Joshua, which was this innocent man. And then you had Barnabas, which was the murderer. He was like, it's up to y'all which one y'all let go. And they was like, we want the murderer. Let the murderer go. Kill Joshua. The blood was on their head with what they chose. Because they chose the people, they chose a murderer and offered up Joshua to be sacrificed. Although that was part of the plan, because if that hadn't happened, then we wouldn't have this outpour of the Holy Spirit where we collectively, like back then, it was just he was working with a certain body of people, a certain nation of people. On this side of the cross, he working with whoever will receive him in their hearts. Whoever receives the Holy Spirit in their hearts when the opportunity is near. And that's it. And then there is a work, that's man, I couldn't read the whole thing. I will be able to see it after, after this live is done. But yeah, it but I did see where it said, you said something about the past 7 years or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, I know everybody that I know within that square of Aries, Cancer, Aries, Cancer, Capricorn, Libra was affected in some way. And then that's another thing too. What was the? You know what? I'm not gonna even. Oh wow! And you're life path 7. Yep. So I'm pretty sure you have a relationship with that cycle of 7. You do. And it's a spiritual number again. So you have a calling that has something to do with you got a spiritual calling, because your life path, that's that 7. You have a spiritual calling. Okay, always remember that. All of us do, but you really have a spiritual calling. And with that, you also want to be very, how can I say? Because people will try to take advantage of you because you do have that spiritual nature. So watch that. I'll say be mindful. I don't want to say, be careful of that, but just be mindful of that, because yeah, we spiritual, we had spiritual beings and all of that kind of stuff, but you also got to put folks in their place. um wow, whoa, we probably need to talk. Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're talking about. I went I went through in the same kind of manner. Yeah, is something else, and I don't think it's done. I don't think it's done yet with as far as my situation is concerned. It's not fully it's not fully done yet, but I know that yeah, yeah, yeah. It's We need to talk. I don't know how we gonna reach out, but we're gonna do. But we need to talk. Um, but yeah, but now with this movement of Uranus and Taurus, no, it's not. It's not at all. Because see, here's the thing about it. I do these lives, and I do it as the Holy Spirit leads me and call me to do so, right? And many people are looking for, I want 30,000 people on, and all of that kind of stuff. When you really dealing with, I mean, it ends up coming around later. But for the most part, when you do these things, it's not about those numbers. It's about you getting whatever it is that the Holy Spirit is leading and guide you to do. You just got to do it. You just have to do it. Sometimes I'm doing these lives and nobody is on, but it don't matter. Like I'm talking and speaking just like I would be talking to a full audience or whatever. But I know that it's recorded, and I know that people can uh yeah, and I know that people could come on later on and watch the replay, because the videos are there. They're there. And a lot of people end up coming up later on down the line reading. Like it was somebody that I was talking to just recently that was telling me about a video. She was like, "Girl, I saw this video that you did it was on something," and I'm like, "I did that video years ago." That video was years ago. She was like, "Yeah, it's my first time seeing it. It just popped up in my whatever," and I was like, "Wow." That just gave me confirmation too. It's like, Nicole, just go on there and do the video. It don't even matter if people on or not, because they'll be able to see it later. Who knows? Who knows when they'll see it? They'll be able to see it later. But just do what you need to do and put these videos out there. People are watching YouTube, and they're more watching YouTube more than TV, so they can see it. And then that was another thing. Trying to exactly, that's exactly what it is. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And so when they ready to learn something, next thing you know, boom, there's Nicole's video. And obviously there'll be people that can sit for a while, because I had a thing about that too, as far as you know well, I need to make my content to be 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 15 minutes and stuff like that, because people's attention spans. But I've been trained to speak for like 90 minutes or more, okay, like for a long time. And so and I sit through lectures and everything, right? And so it just one fine day, as I'm trying to break things down and chop it up and all of that kind of stuff, Holy Spirit just said, "Nicole, I didn't train you to try to speak to anybody for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 15 minutes, or try to break down this information in 2 seconds, or none of that." He said, them not the people that I have for you to right. He's like, "Those are not the people that I have for you to speak to." Because somebody that's gonna come for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, they like, no, that's not. He said that the look, they have to be deeply immersed. They have to be deeply immersed. And if I know that my butt can sit through a lecture and all of that kind of stuff for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours even, I'm not the only one that's like that. Why? Because I've watched lectures with people lecturing and whatever their discourse, and they have an audience, and that lecture went for 2 and 3 hours. They were sitting there too, an audience full. So it means that there are many people out there that has a longer attention span. And especially nowadays, we're talking about ADD and ADHD and all that kind of stuff. And not to say that that thing's not happening, is not real or anything like that. The thing about it is, if we're watching different um exactly. Talking about that hermit mode. Yes. Yes, indeed. And so, but if we're watching things that, you got commercials that, and then you have things that you're watching where the scenes are switching. You're not even realizing that they're switching, but the scenes are switching in 30 seconds and 2 minutes and this and that, and then it switched to a commercial, and then it switched back to this, and then it switched to another scene, and then it switched, and then you watching something for, you know, it's supposed to be a 30-minute program or an hour program, but then again, like I said, you got the commercials and the scene switching and this switching and that switching. It's and you sitting there watching it the whole time. You got all this switching going on, and it's actually switching your brain. That's what it's really doing. It's switching the mind and it's switching the brain, where it's actually training your brain not to focus on something for longer periods of time, because you don't went from commercial, you don't went from another commercial, you don't went from 50,000 scenes within 5 minutes. The brain is being trained not to focus. Whereas if you do have something where it's like a lecture and it's this and that, it's you focused on a person. You're focused on whoever's speaking. You're focused, and you're sitting there and you're sitting still and you're absorbing the knowledge. And not that all of it, but you're absorbing what you need to know on the surface, and then it'll be something that'll happen later on down the line. And then next thing you know, you recall something that was said in said lecture or whatever, because you was able to sit still long enough in order to absorb the information. And that's the reason why, I've been trying to put my stuff in bite size, and he never allowed me to be able to do that. Never allowed me to be able to do it. And now I know why. Now I know why. Folks will sit through a concert for 2 hours, and then you got the people on stage that, they have to have breath control, and they have to have, all of that, and all of those kind of things to be able to speak, sing, rap, perform, whatever, for a good 2-3 hours. Right? So, so look, I digress. Exactly. And to your point, that put me back on track with what you said, the spirit guides leading us and guiding us, because in this time now we've done declared a national emergency, right? Schools are closing everywhere, all across the country, and on other continents and other countries. This is something. It's an epidemic. It's an epidemic. There's a pandemic, and all of this kind of stuff going on. Now, again, like I talked about with Uranus moving into the sign of Taurus, and what it's going to affect. Just like Uranus being in Aries affected, look, Uranus being in Aries, this what it affected. It affected the self, because that's what Aries is about. Aries is about self. It affected the self. It affected so then you got Cancer. It affected the self. It affected mothers, because under the sign of under the that sign of Cancer, it represents the mother, the moon, women, okay? Family, the homestead. So it's about self. It affected the home and women and family. It affected Libra is about partnerships and marriages. It affected partnerships. It affected marriages, right? With Capricorn, if you got Cancer being the mother, then you got Capricorn being the father, all right? And authority and things like that. It affected those in authority. It affected the father. It affected family traditions, because Cancer and Capricorn is mother and father, and it's family tradition. So you talking about self, mother, father, marriages, homes. That's what it affected. Um. Oh man, I was reading what you said. It said you said something about this. Something about a dream that you were given, but the whole thing went. It ended up going away. Um. And that's what I was trying to do this from my laptop, but it wasn't working, because I could be able to read and control the comments, but but by coming up on my phone, the comments come and they disappeared before I could read them. But yeah, a lot when Uranus was in air, it affected a lot of that, all of that. Like I said, self, partnerships and marriages, mothers and fathers, homes and families. It either brought them together or separate them and tore them apart. I look, I know. And it wasn't only me, but it was other people that I knew as well going through. Home was being affected. Um, oh my gosh, you too? Wow. I had that same dream. I sure did. And you know what? And I'm going to tell you when it happened. It was around 9/11, but it was before 9/11 happened. And I didn't know what the dream meant. I didn't know what it meant. All I know is that before 9/11, I had this dream that I was like, I was in, I didn't know if it was like some government building, right? It was like some government building. I didn't know if I was in the Pentagon or whatever, but I was in some government. See, whoa, whoa. I was in some government building, and I remember seeing like some troops, okay? It was like some troops, and they had on the army gear and everything, and they were like running, and it was like a war had broke out, and they were running, and I'm trying to remember. They were running. It was like a war broke out. It was. I can't remember everything in that dream, but I remember that. I remember that. And it was just a lot of military stuff that was going on, but like I wasn't affected, even though I was in this place, and I was in this government building or whatever, and I'm seeing this military, and I'm seeing this people, and yeah. And then, but I wasn't affected. I was just kind of looking around like, wow. And man, that is crazy. But we know what that is though. But it's just something else when you know somebody he gave somebody else that same freaking drink. That is not. Then when 9/11 happened, I thought that the dream was showing me about 9/11. But something in my spirit didn't sit right about that. Like that's not it was almost like that's not what this is. That's not what this is about. It's not about 9/11. And yes, yes. That's crazy. It was like we weren't affected in it. And so but when 9/11 happened, like I said, I thought that that dream was about 9/11, but something in me was like that dream was not about 9/11. And I usually write down my dreams. I usually write them down and remember them. In order to remember them, I mean. But that one, if I wrote it down, I might have wrote it in another dream journal that I don't know where it is, right now. But that's something else. That is something else. But I sure did. I had that same dream in the same time frame. You said 18 freaking years ago. I promise you I did. That's nuts. But he's been doing that with a lot of people though. I attend a Bible class and we talk about stuff like that. We talk about dreams. We talk about it all, okay? And there were various people that were calling in to different um um wow. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, I just remember some parts of it, but I remember writing it down. But it gotta be, and I don't throw my dream journals away. It's just that we move, so I don't know exactly what box or bin or wherever it is that it's in. But that's exactly what happened. But now look, we're in this time where Uranus has moved into Taurus. The last time that Uranus was in Taurus was during the Great Depression, 84, 85 years ago. Um, and I was pregnant with my son Meyer, and he'll be 18 next month. Yep, sure was. He was born in April of 2002. You remember when 9/11 happened? So we had these dreams before 9/11. He will be 18 next month. And you were pregnant with your daughter, and I was pregnant with my son. That is something else. It's just one thing when it's confirmed. You know what I'm saying? When it's like, not that you're looking for something or somebody or whatever outside to confirm something, because when he give you something, he just give it to you, right? But when you do end up having that same kind of thing or experience or whatever, and somebody else on a whole nother side of wherever, you know what I'm saying? Like wow, we had the same. Yeah, that's tripped out. And how ironic is that you were pregnant and I was pregnant too. But look, this card, you see that woman, the world, okay? This has to do with Revelations when it talked about that woman being out there, in the woman in the wilderness, and is trying to swallow up her son that was trying to devour the son that was born. And so the woman went in the wilderness, and the earth, look, the earth helped her. That's what the scripture says. The earth helped her because the adversary has been with a war against the bride of Yahshua the Messiah since the beginning, with what? Eve in the garden. That adversary didn't go to Adam. He went to Eve and had a war against her since then. And the woman Um, okay, what's wrapped around her body? Well, what's wrapped around this is like this is a reef. Like on this particular card, there's no serpent. Okay? On this card it is. You see, here is a serpent. This represents the devil. Okay? And then again, and then you got Pharaoh up here, because you see that. Then you have eagle for E. Wait, let me make sure I'm doing this right. Okay, yeah. So eagle, E, lion, L, ox, O, man. Okay, so that's El, Lo, him. Because him, that's man. Elohim. On the tarot card. Same thing on this card. You got eagle, you got lion, you got ox, you have man. El, Lo, him for the man. And the woman being encircled or protected by this reef in the middle. This is the end card. This is the last card, the 21, the world card. Right? Now, I was explaining about with the children of Israel when they were camped about, and the way that the system that they lived, how it was set up. You had 3 tribes on each 4 corner. Okay? You had north, east, west, south. It's very interesting, right? You had north, east, west, south. News. North, east, west, south, news. So you had 3 tribes on each side. So that's 12, right? 3 times 4 is 12. 12 times 3 is no, not 12. 3 times 4 is 12, and 4 times 3 is 12. So 12 tribes, 3 tribes on each 4, corners. Each of them had what's called, they call it an animal totem. So on one side, there was the eagle. Then you had the tribe of Judah, the lion. Then you had the ox or the bull or Taurus. Then you had where it was a face like a man. I might bring it up in this book. But then, as far as the zodiac is concerned, eagle, that's the higher nature of the Scorpio. Lion, that's Leo. Taurus or ox, that's the bull, that's Taurus. Man or him, that's Aquarius. The water bearer, the Aquarius. Now remember, I talked about how these are fixed signs. This is they're fixed. Right, north, east, west, south, news. So, right, these are all the fixed signs. Now remember what it says in the scriptures. I am Yahweh, I change not. Therefore, you sons of Jacob are not consumed. Right, my Mars sign is Aquarius. My Mars is Aquarius. Your moon is Aquarius. So the reason why, well, not the reason why, but Yahweh says, I am Yahweh, and I am Yahweh, I change not. Therefore, you sons of Jacob are not consumed. He changes not. Well, here's the thing about the fixed signs. They don't change. A lot of folks will say, and even astrology books and everything will say, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, Aquarius are stubborn. They call them stubborn. They don't change. They stubborn. Well, are they stubborn? Um, oh yeah, Mars and Jupiter are there too. See? So it's like, well, are they stubborn? Or is it that they're fixed in nature? That's their nature, to be fixed. And whatever it is that, they've decided upon or whatever, you ain't changing that. Not changing. Not supposed to. These are fixed signs. So Yahweh standing on this with them. That's just what that's showing. Right. But remember, we have signs in other no, we have planets in other signs as well. Like I have Mars, I have Venus and Taurus, and I have Mars and Aquarius. Those are both fixed signs. Right? Let me see. I have Uranus and Scorpio. I don't have any planets in Leo, but I have a Leo rising. I have Venus in Taurus, and I have Mars in Aquarius. So there are some things that I don't budge on. But it's also things that I know I'm not supposed to budge on. But then people that would want me to budge on those things, and I know I'm not supposed to budge on them, I know that that's just whatever it is with them. They ain't got nothing to do with me. They need to figure that out. Right? Okay, yeah. So yeah, these are fixed, and this says or shows Elohim on the card. Okay? And the woman, because what? It's to save the woman. Right. So what was it? The woman had to be saved. The bride has to be saved. What time are we in right now? With this with the national national emergency and all of that kind of stuff. Yahshua's bride is being saved. Saved from all of this stuff that has been going on and happening in this world. Right, exactly. And that's what I say. You know what you need to what you budge on, and you know what's not going. And whatever that is, the Holy Spirit has led and guided you in that way. So anything coming outside of that to buck that down or break you down or whatever the case may be, it's just, I don't know. Look, I don't know what they gonna do. I don't know what that, but it's not happening. So here on this card, Wheel of Fortune, same thing here, but I'm gonna show you where Elohim is on this card too. Again, you got the eagle, lion, the eagle, lion, the ox, and the man, him. That's Elohim. But then you also you see the serpent, you see the devil, you see Pharaoh up here, you see the clouds that represent Yahweh. But then you see this wheel, it's like the wheel of fortune. You see Torah, Torah. The books from Genesis to Malachi is the Torah. So you got Torah right on here. And then you see these Hebrew letters. That's the Tetragrammaton. That's YHWH. Yahweh, Torah, on the card. Yeah. And you see his Wheel of Fortune. And this is a major arcana. It's right on the card. But see, although many many tarot readers and all that kind of stuff, just like I just read in that book, they know it's something to this, but don't know exactly where it comes from and really, really, truly how to use it. And not saying that they're right, wrong, or any of those things. I mean, there are a lot of them out there that are very gifted in what they do. I know which ones to listen to and ones and not to. My spirit feel it. It's one that um what is it? Her channel was called A to Z. I think it's like A to Z emotional health or something like that. She's very good. I mean, whoa. Anytime that I've listened to any of the readings, she had this thing where you can like choose, you choose, she do it 1, 2, 3, and you choose which one, and then you choose the number, and then or whatever, and she go through that reading. You're sitting there like, oh my gosh, how does she know? you know, she's very good at what she does, and you could really tell that she's really getting it from, you know, spiritually a higher place, and she's using it in order to help people with guiding them in their way. But then you have those that are, I mean, they, I don't know, you could kind of tell the difference. That's just all I could say. You could tell the ones that they're just beginning and starting out. You can tell the ones that are just reading the cards because they know and they understand the symbolisms and stuff. But then you also know um, how you know the ones that are really tapped into the spirit, and they're reading this is just a um I mean, it's a tool. It's a tool that's being used to guide them as they're receiving the messages, that whatever it is that they, whatever. But I just wanted to show that where they actually come from and why they were made in the way that they were. It's basically the Torah, or it's the Torah on cards. It's Psalms 119 on cards, because of what had the children of Israel had to go through or whatever. So if I was to read this according to what it is that we're doing now, and truth, exactly, and especially with what's coming up, and when cause see, we're in 4 more years, Pluto will move into the sign of Aquarius. Right now it's in Capricorn. It's going to move into the sign of Aquarius. Um, it's something else that's going to happen. Oh, this what it is. Because he showed me this earlier today too. So Uranus will be in Taurus for the next 7 years. And it, just like Uranus was in Aries and affected those 4 signs. Okay, so then Uranus will be in Taurus and it will affect these 4 signs. It will affect Scorpio, Leo, Taurus, and Aquarius, right? And let me tell you something about each of these. So under the domain of what we'll be looking at, and we see it already, Taurus is about money, finance, value, products as far as materials are concerned. Like, well, I mean, all products that we have are made out of materials in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Anything and everything that we have is made out of materials. So, products, produce, all of those things, it's and the value and all of that, it's affected. Look, we go to work every day, right? We make money. Guess what's happening? People with Uranus moved in Taurus, and then Uranus in Taurus, and then it actually coming out of its retrograde. and moving forward, and then making a trine aspect to Saturn and Pluto and Capricorn. Next thing you know, this coronavirus just start popping. You heard little cases of it here, a case here, a case there, and then now it just went like crazy, right? Um, so it's affecting the economy, because that's what Taurus is about too, the economy, but world economy. And the last time that Uranus was in Taurus was during the Great Depression, and it affected world economy. That's the difference between a recession that it might affect a little bit here and a little bit there and all that kind of stuff, and then come back. So everybody is just kind of like, oh, everything is going to be fine and this is that and the other. It's like, no, 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 no. You need to go back to the Great Depression and study that and see what happened then and all the kind of things that changed and all that kind of stuff, because this is what we will be looking at. This not just some little recession that's just for a minute and we're going to take a break. No, this is about to take place over the next 7 years. Now think about, we just talked about that, us as Aries. And then, if we did have some Cancers and Capricorns and Libras on here that can attest to it too, it was 7 years of some freaking changes that was, it was rough. You know what I'm saying? It was some rough stuff going on. And with that, you either fell on one or the other side, especially because being sun signs, our character was being tested. Our character was being shaken. It was really showing who we were. Who we really were to our core. And either our light shined or our darkness shined. One of the two. So now it moves into Taurus. Okay? And look, those with Taurus sun, Taurus sun, Leo. Now, mind you, people have planets in all of these other planets in these signs too. But sun signs in particular, their character is about to be tested just like ours was over these past 7 years that we just went through. But what did I say? So Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius. My mother's a Scorpio. I was talking to her this morning about some stuff, and she, baby. Yeah, I was like, I guess it's her turn now. Look, I'm like, I went through it over these past 7 years. It's your turn now, like for real, for real. But yeah, but then also people that have these signs, different planets in those particular signs too. I mean, like I have Venus in Taurus, so that's gonna affect that in some type of way. I have Uranus natally in Scorpio. And usually when you have a Uranus opposite your Uranus, you're just in your what you call that? That's the whole midlife crisis thing. When you're transiting Uranus as opposed to your natal Uranus. That's the midlife, thing that happens over time. And then I got Mars in Aquarius. So, my Mars, my Venus, my Uranus and Scorpio, those things will be affected. And even though I don't have any planets in Leo, but my rising sign is Leo. So my AC, is that AC? Yeah, my ascendant or AC personal nature or whatever will be changed as well. Appearance or whatever, it'll be changed. And as a matter of fact, it has. I mean, look, I used to have a red afro. Now I have long locks. Right? It's changed over the years. So these things will be affected, but on a worldwide scale, with Taurus being in Uranus, that's affecting the world markets. It's affecting people's job. It will affect their self-esteem and their self-worth and self-value because of the jobs. You know, it'll affect that. Um, Look, entertainment. That's under Leo's domain. Under Leo's domain is childhood education. Um, Look, creativity, play, fun, romance, dating, entertainment, taking risk, all of those kind of things. Confidence. Guess what? What happened? But the other day they announced that the NBA season for the rest of the season is out because of a confirmed or one or two confirmed cases of coronavirus. Seasons out. That's sports entertainment. Sports entertainment is huge. Look, that runs the freaking US. Entertainment runs the US. Entertainment. And when they shut that down, it's like, oh yeah, it's really real now. But entertainment, all things, I mean, when you get into, Leo is about extravagance, big spending. You want to spend on this and spend on that and all of that kind of stuff. When Uranus and Taurus, that's going to be pulled back. That's about to be pulled back. Because what? We talk about money. You need money in order to do that. Need money in order to do that. Not saying people won't have money, but when things are, when it's kind of, because look, Taurus is also about budgeting. It's about budgeting. It's about conserving. It's about being frugal. It's about being prudent and cautious and planning and all of that kind of stuff, right? Well, Leo, it's extravagant. It's, it's money ain't a thing. It's like making it rain. Like that. Spending on, stuff that really, and I don't want to say it don't matter, but it's not a necessity. Well, with Uranus and Taurus, I'll tell you one thing, that Leo nature don't like that. Look, again, I don't have any planets in Leo, but I have Venus in Taurus. I'm a frugal person. Now, don't get me wrong. I spend money on quality. I spend money on things that are needed. I spend money on things that are practical, all that kind of stuff. So really, this is kind of like I'm like, yay. Like, but for the most part, I mean, there's a lot of people that's gonna hurt them. Because now they got to pull back. Right? Exactly. I felt the same thing. Look, I shop at thrift stores, estate sale. When I go in the store, I go straight to the clearance section and the sales section. I don't want to pay the full ticket price on stuff, and it's not because I'm being cheap, because there's a difference between being cheap and being frugal, right? When you're being frugal, that just means that you're not paying this high ticket price for something that doggone well that they just marked up for whatever. A good quality pair of shoes is a good quality pair of shoes. But $10,000 for a pair of freaking shoes. It's like, come on now, seriously, seriously. Am I about to live in the shoes? I'm not finna live in the shoes at all. I'm not paying 10 G's. I'm not dropping 10 G's on the shoes. Are these shoes about to fly me to my next destination? I mean, like, when I put my feet in them, am I gonna get there in a blink? I mean, you see what I'm saying? And here's the thing about that. Here's the thing about that reset with the world markets, because go over there in another country, right, where this stuff is being outsourced, where all the jobs and everything have went in the first place, and they're making, I talked about this earlier, those headphones, Beats, right? You got the Beats, $200. How much it costs to make them and where they're being made out, cost about $5 to make. So you mean you want to make a profit? I understand that. I understand you in business, you want to make a profit. You got other people to pay. You got to pay this. You got to pay the manufacturer. You got to pay. I understand all of that. But $195? Like, you couldn't pay all of them people in that with, I mean, you see what I'm saying? I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I don't have what big marketing and all of that kind of stuff, and I know that stuff costs. I know that it costs. I do. I understand that. But for the most part, it's like, man, if my production costs and all of that kind of stuff is let's say it all comes out to about $1,000. Okay, so I want to make at least 2,000, maybe even 2,500. Not saying I'm gonna price that product at, but it's a product. I've duplicated this product. So when I duplicate that product, then I set the price on it, where it could be, whatever that price is. And then I, get that money and make that. But from $5, and let's say if you want to put all the other costs in there, and then just say, okay, $10, $10. You gonna mark it up $190? That's greed. And this is the kind of stuff that Uranus and Taurus, that will affect the entertainment industry under Leo. But it's not only entertainment, it's education as well with the children. Because look, education, come on now. The colleges and university, some people, these kids don't even want to go to college now, because it's like, I don't want to be strapped with debt like I saw my mother or my father or my, whatever. And they got these jobs and they working, and can't enjoy themselves, and they're tired, and we know that they disgruntled and they complaining about being on a job and all of that, but they gotta go because they got bills and they got the student loans that they gotta pay back. Nah, I want to do something else different than that. I don't want to do that, because the prices is freaking astronomical. And yeah, you say you feel it in your second house. Exactly. You feel it like right at home. Because you understand about them fluctuations. It's like, hey, for a while you got it. For a while you don't. And so what happens is you learn to, and I learned that same thing. I learned that same exact thing through, like, with doing hair. You got seasons where you got people, they coming in and everything, getting their hair done, that money flowing in, it's rolling. Then you have a season where it's like dry, and you ain't not really, and that's the time when you try to put your services or your products or whatever on sale just to have people come in, so you won't just sit there and be broke. But then when you know that, the ebbs and flows of your business, so when you making that money, you saving up and all of that kind of stuff, because you know you got some lean time coming when the season comes for things to be low. Well, when people are used to having just this steady, it's just steady, where it's like, I get this amount of money, this amount of money gonna come in as long as I'm there, and all of that kind of stuff. They don't think that mindset is not there. They don't think about that. They don't think about, there is a time where you probably won't have as much as you had before, and their minds just don't go there. Well, now, and it's not just okay, I'm doing this and then in retirement. No, it's ebbs and flows all the time. 7 years of plenty, 7 years of famine. It's these cycles of seven. So now we got this cycle of seven where Uranus will be in Taurus for the next 7 years. So it's gonna affect Leo, entertainment, education, the spendthrift type of spending, where free fall, all of that for the next 7 years. Then you got Scorpio. Scorpio is shared wealth. Wealth is made by a community, right? Shared wealth. So the wealth within the family, the wealth being at credit unions, the wealth being in the banks, the wealth, it's going to be affected. I was hearing stuff about a long time ago where they was telling people, pull your money out of the banks and all that kind of stuff, because you probably won't be able to use the ATM. Like, you can go on YouTube and see where was that? Belize, Guatemala, it was somewhere, I forgot, but they were going crazy. Stuff that's happening right now. They were going through that in Argentina and stuff. That was like some years ago that we was looking at that. And they were going through. And it was like money. Their paper money was on the street. Paper money finna be obsolete. It's finna be obsolete. They were priming us for this the whole time. Using cards and going digital and get the Bitcoin and all of that kind of stuff. In other countries, this has already happened. In America, they tell folks stuff like that at the last minute, and then everybody started panicking. And we have been taught to prepare. It's like, prepare. If you got 401ks, you need to do something else. You need to take it out, because it's still going to start going down, because these markets are going to fluctuate. All this, that. The next 7 years, though. So then you move into, not move into, but then you go to Aquarius, because, again, those four corners, you got Aquarius. Aquarius is about humanity. It's mankind. It's your fellow man. It's also technology. It's also, it's those things. So we gonna have to come together. We have to come together. We got to help one another. And I mean, you're gonna see both sides. You're gonna see where it's both sides, where we're helping one another. But then you also gonna see that side where folks are killing each other and trampling over each other for stuff or about things. We'll see both sides on both on for each side. We'll see both sides playing out. The thing is, it's over the next 7 years, though. People think it's going to end up snapping back immediately. They've done this national emergency. They've done this, the things with the school closings and stuff like that over the next 2 weeks. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm going to say this. I'm going to put my disclaimer out there. I could be wrong. However, for some reason, I really think, I feel, my opinion, or whatever we want to use, that it's going to be a little bit longer than 2 weeks. And then they might be sending stuff out to people, parents, teachers, administrators, or whatever, about how they need to Yeah, they just announced today we're closed for the schools here are closed for 2 weeks. But you know, I've been homeschooling for a while. So look, that was in preparation too. That was in preparation too, because otherwise it'd be like my kids are out. But Holy Spirit, when I was pregnant with the one that I said would be 18, I was 6 months pregnant with him. The Holy Spirit said, "You must homeschool him." It said, "Must." You must homeschool him. And me homeschooling him and then having more babies led to homeschooling the other ones too. But I didn't do it right away. I didn't do it right away. I felt like I wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared. I wasn't a teacher. All of that kind of stuff. And maybe I need to do more research into homeschooling and asking, because I come from a family of educators and then married an educator. So I need to get some tips from them and all of these kinds of things and whatever. And some help I got, some I didn't, and did what I needed to do and winged it pretty much. Whatever Holy Spirit led me to do, that's what I did. I found it, certain educational websites, free resources, some I paid for, and we went through our changes and ups and downs with it or whatever. But we've been homeschooling since 2010 or 11. No, I think it was 2011 when I pulled them out. December 16th, 2011 is when I pulled them out, because I started seeing the changes. And I was like, whoa, no, yep, it's time. Um, exactly, exactly. What you just said, that is exactly right. They will look. They are not gonna open these schools back up. They're not. They're telling people 2 weeks, but I'm telling you, like I said, I could be wrong, but my gut feeling, they're not. That's why they start putting everything online. You could take this course online. You could take that course online. You had more people starting to homeschool. All of that kind of stuff. You could do stream this, stream that. But then you think about it, here's the thing. You got to understand education. You got to understand the history of education. It's only been 100 years. It's only public school education. It's only 100 years old. Because, see, back before public school education, the only people that were being educated is those that elite that had money. They had to pay. Poor people couldn't pay. But you still had a system where they had to give money for charity and stuff like that. And so what happened was they didn't want to take, because they were paying taxes, they didn't want to take their tax dollars and just be giving it to the poor. They like, hey, it's something that we gotta do as far as this is concerned. So what they did was take that money that would be for charity to give to the poor, because they were going into this industrial age where they needed workers. Right? They needed workers, and they needed more than just the slaves. Because what? Slavery, they had abolished it. Right. But they had abolished it and all of that. So they set up a thing where they were starting to criminalize people, and they couldn't criminalize every freaking body. So they had to have a way where they are. But they had to have a way where they could have people working for them and pay them some money or whatever. Okay? So what they ended up doing was taking that money that they would be putting for charity and opened up public schools to where they got free education. That's why it was free education. They took charity money that they were giving for the charity for the poor. And they funneled that money, and they funneled that money into creating schools, to 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 educate them just enough for them to be able to work in their jobs, in their corporations, because they were starting to build the corporations. The big conglomerates that we see now, it wasn't like that back then. They were just starting that back then. So the industrial age, the factory jobs, all of that kind of stuff, they had to be educated enough. They had to be able to at least read, write, do some simple math, or whatever. And they took that charity money in order to do that. So now so then it looked like, oh, they're doing something so good for the people to help the poor, and so that the poor can be self-sufficient and all of that kind of stuff. That was to get workers. It was to get workers. And so that's why people were able to come right up out of high school, because you had vocational training in high school. You had trades or vocational training right in high school. And by the time you got out of high school at 18, you could go right into a job. Yep. You could go right into a job, right into the workforce. So then what happened was, you had these people that were working in these factories, and it's right on schedule. So you had these people that were working in the factories and all of that kind of stuff, right? To where, okay, now you got the managers, and you got this, and you got the that, and you had it wasn't a whole lot of people that were going to college, but you did have people that were attending college. And those were the ones that were, they set up that system of the taskmasters or the managers or the supervisors and all of that. Then you got the workers. So what? You get home, you're frustrated, this, that, you go. So you got this thing where, like say if it was me, and I know that I'm working that kind of job, and whatever it is that I'm feeling, right? And I'm seeing, okay, well, it seemed like the foremans or the supervisors or whatever, they furthered their education, so they were able to get those kind of jobs or whatever. I'm going to make sure that my children, I'm going to pay for them to go to college so that they could, not have to do this grueling kind of work or whatever that I'm doing and being frustrated and everything, and to where they can have the education and everything to make more money and live a better life. So then you have a slew of people that sent their children to college. And that was the thing. Get your education so you won't have to do this kind of work, this kind of stuff, where it can be easier for you and you can make more money. That's what was happening. So then that slowly, where everybody is doing that, guess what? That was part of the plan anyway. Because now you have to pay these people more money. And when you in business, you care about your bottom line, that dollar. Because you want to make a profit. And then that can turn into greed. So what happens is they outsource those jobs to foreign countries. That's where every freaking thing was made in China. My son got mad. He was like 5, 6 years old. And he was mad because everything that he saw had a label on it that said made in China. He was going off. He was very passionate about it too. Everything was made in China. Da, da, da. Those factory jobs were being outsourced slowly but surely into over there. That's why I say everything made in China. So where we used to have seamstress here, no more seamstress. We used to have that, no more that. We used to have that, no more. Factory jobs, you had a lot of factories over here, like where we lived in Harvey and Markham and stuff like that. These suburbs, they were nice suburbs, where you had people that were working in the factories there. Now them factories just buildings sitting open. And the areas that they were in, the towns, the cities that they were in, it's like crime ridden or don't have nothing in it or whatever. Because the stuff has been outsourced. So again, those beats that I'm talking about, them headphones, $200. But you can make them for $5 over there, and then pay them not a whole lot of money because they don't really need that much or whatever, or it's just not inflated as it is here. But then you have a lot of them start to come here because this is the land of opportunity. That's what was happening. And if it's like, if we didn't see the writing on the walls and the signs and stuff like that, think about it. There were certain things that, at least trades that we still had left, right? Hair. Okay? We had hair, the salons. We had our nails. I remember I was in high school and had a black nail tech doing my nails. By the time Bill Clinton got in office, and they made whatever deal they made, and I don't get into that whole Democrat versus the Republicans. They both playing two sides against the middle. We're under this is plutocracy. It's not Republican. It's not democracy. It's plutocracy. It's the rich versus the poor. And it's been that way for quite some time. It was that way throughout the scriptures. It was the rich versus the poor. And so, but it make it appear to be that way with that. And neither, both sides that we vote, it's, so that's when a lot of people is like, I mean, well, shoot, I ain't gonna. And then, but you do what you could, get out there and vote. And I'm not telling anybody to vote or anything like that. But I'm just saying we're under plutocracy. This is plutocracy. So anyway, you have, hold on, you have, shoot, what's it called? The outsourcing. The outsourcing of those trade jobs. Oh, that's what I was saying. Like in 90, this is just when I remember starting to happen. 90, 95, 96, 90, around there, where you saw more and more nail shops. The Asian nail shops, and the Korean with the beauty supply store. When I used to go to the beauty supply store back in the day when I was younger, there was black owned, with black products for black people. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just that next thing you know, in our communities, you got the Asian nail shops. You got the Asian, coming in with their products. We had like the Zuri curling irons and stuff like that. That was black owned and black made and everything. They made curling irons and everything that was the same, comparable or whatever to ours, and undercut by marking it lower. And that's the thing about it. You're going to buy the basically, if this is $100 and this is $69.99, I don't care. You gonna buy $69.99, and that's basically what they did. And slowly but surely, next thing you know, you look gas stations, owned by what else, just all of these things. Look, either corporate or if it's a type of family business or whatever, it's owned by foreigners. Owned by foreigners. And like I said before, trade jobs or whatever are already gone, outsourced. And then you have things that are left, like hair and the nail service and stuff like that. You can't really outsource those, but you bring those that and here's the thing about it. Like I was telling somebody that went to They went to cosmetology school as well. I said, we were having a conversation. I said, now tell me, when we were in cosmetology school, I said, do you remember seeing any Asians there? And I don't care what, if you went to Pivot Point, um, I don't know if you have a Pivot Point, where if you went to a Pivot Point school, if you went to John Amico, if you went to whatever beauty school you went to, do you remember seeing families of Asians there? No. Well, how the heck all of them get licenses? Where were they trained? Who trained them? Nobody knows. But they wasn't in school over here. But they came here and they got licenses. You go in they shops, you see the license on the wall. Not only the business license, but the net. But then I found out what it was. Um, and you got to end up being some friends with foreigners that come here to this country. And what we were told by people who came to this country was like, they vet them basically, and they have to watch this video, and it's telling them all about America and everything like that. They telling them what people to the what people to that it's okay to be around or be with or whatever, and then those that are not. And that those that are not are the ones that look like us. We're not the ones that they want to be around or in their neighborhoods and things like that. It's like, but you can do business in their neighborhoods. And these are the things that they like. These are the things that you can sell them and they will buy them. Not only was I told that by someone that I knew that came from another country and became a citizen here, but my son as well. He dated somebody that was a foreigner. Okay? And she told him the same thing. Two different people. Told by two different people the same story. The same story. So that's how they were able to get or come in and do business in our neighborhoods and any little service or whatever that we had left in order to do all of that. And they were not trained here. They learned whatever it was that they needed to learn, how to do the nails or the hair or whatever somewhere else, wherever they were. And then they came here and they were able to get, just probably showed that they knew how to do this and got licenses. Where we, in this country, being citizens here, we got to go to school, and which is fine. We supposed to. We have to go to school and have for however long, and then we have to, then you get the degree, or you get the certification, or you get the diploma, and then after that, because if you're dealing with people and you're dealing with the public, now you have to have a state licensure, and you have to go through have a state licensure or a state certification. Then you have to go through that process of taking the state board test and all of that and passing it, and in order to keep your license, you have to take continuing education courses, and you have to have so many credit hours. You have to have so many credit units or whatever, in order to renew your license, and then the amount of money that you have to pay for that. So the classes that you have to pay for, that depending on what it is, like I'm a licensed massage therapist now, right? And I'm a certified emotion code practitioner. So with that, to keep the licensure up, I got to have 24 credit hours. That means that I need to take some continuing education courses that's going to add up to 24 credit hours. I already got 6 from something that I took It's another one that's coming up that I'm taking. That's another 6 hours. And then I'm doing Reiki. So I think with that, because it's a 2 day or it's a full day or something like that, that may be 20. So I'll actually have over my hours just with those other two things alone. But look, it was $84 for one class. It's going to be $108 for the other class, and then it'll be another 230 or 40, $50 or whatever for the other class. So that's close to $500 worth of classes on top of when I renew my license, another $200 on that. And I'm American. Yeah, and we're Americans. But and so you have to ask yourself, how did that even happen? How did that happen? Well, they didn't sneak in. There were some things and policies in place. We had politicians. Politicians are the ones they know how to speak eloquently and stuff like that. But you have business, you have corporations. Corporations run this country. We've been long gone from the United States of America, the Republic, where we're under the Constitution. That was gone a long time ago. We have been under the United States of America Corporation. And it's the corporations that has the politicians by the balls. And so when a politician is running for office, where do they go to get campaign money or raise their campaign money from? Corporations. That's where they go get the money from. They go get the money from those that are in corporate. And in order for them to get that money, what they have to do is, well, I need certain laws or this and that and the other put in place for my business to run and operate or whatever the way I need it to run and operate. Now, the workers of said corporation are the people, us. So then the politicians, being the middlemen, come and say to, when we get out there and vote, and if you vote for me, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna make your jobs like this, and I'm gonna make sure that you got this wage, and I'm gonna make sure that you such and such. And if you vote for me, then I'm gonna make sure. But they're not beholden to the people. They're beholden to who gave them money for their campaign. And if they win, guess what they got to do? Put those things in place that the people whose money that they use. So that's why when they in there, then folks start talking about, see, these politicians, they all the same. They all say the same thing, and they all such and such and so and so, and that they was gonna go in there and do this and do this and do that, and then they got in there and then they didn't do it. All the politicians are saying that. Well, that's because the corporations, they gave them money for their campaign. And the reason why they did that was because they need certain laws put in place for their business to run effectively. And some of those laws had to do with people coming from foreign countries to come here. And for certain things to be, laxed in order for their businesses to be able to have their products and everything made somewhere else and not here in this country. And because that has been going on for a very long time, and that's something that's out of order, now here come Yahweh Look, the wheel of fortune has turned for these corporations. It's turned. And it's turning the world upside down. Those are the four corners. Fixed. And again, like I said, it affects the world markets, Taurus. It affects the entertainment industry, Leo, and education. That's under Leo, children, the schools, all that. It affects humanity and people. Think about it. I mean, coronavirus. It's a virus that's spreading through people, and it's affecting the world's wealth. It's affecting the world's wealth, and people with their jobs and what they doing in their and so can people can people end up, I'll say, let the Heavenly Father, let Yahweh lead you and guide you in whatever it is that you're going to do, whether it's invest in or whatever the case may be. Let him lead you and guide you in that. Because I wouldn't want to take a dime and invest it in anything if the Holy Spirit have not led you and guide you in that direction to do so. He done told us everything else. Why are you going to stop there? You had in a dream where it was some military stuff going on. You was pregnant. I had the same freaking dream. In the same time. You see what I'm saying? So, when the children of Israel came out of slavery and bondage from being heavily taxed and all of that kind of stuff in Egypt, they was being killed. They was under a death decree. All of this stuff has happened in our time. Why they shooting us? Why they killing us? It's like they'll take the other one in custody, but then, alive. But then us, it's like we dead. And then using it as excuse, because it was a death decree out. We just didn't know it. But that death decree was out. Look. Let me read something to you. Okay, Joseph died, and then the woman conceived. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, Moses. Okay, I'm gonna read the highlighted parts. Okay, so this is Exodus chapter 1. So it talks about Joseph and what happened and all of that kind of stuff, and he died and all that. Okay, so black milk. So when Yahweh set Joseph up to do what he did, and Pharaoh was cool with Joseph. Everything was fine. Everything was flourishing, and all that kind of stuff. But then so I'm gonna start at 7. And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and grew exceedingly mighty. And the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph, for he didn't know Joseph. And he said to his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we are. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass that when there falls out any war, they join also unto our enemies and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, um, Pithom and Ramses. They built for Pharaoh treasure cities. All right? Bring that up to date. We got cities all over the place. And these are the big towns and stuff where everything happens, all the money go, all the, like say we live in the suburb outside of Chicago, but Chicago is the city. And in the city, things are high, things are taxed. I mean, the taxes are out the freaking wazoo. Okay? It's high. Cook County, the taxes are high. People have left Chicago in droves. They've been calling it the Great Exodus, because it's like one year it's like 40,000 people moved from out of the state of Illinois. When you're heavily taxed, you're burdened. Because when you taxed out the wazoo like that, that means you gotta work longer, you gotta work harder, you gotta find 2-3 jobs. You got 2 jobs and a side hustle, you got 2 jobs, a side hustle, and a network marketing business. Now you got your kids working, the kids gotta work. All because, and look, the more you work, the more you're actually taxed. The more money you make, the more you're taxed on that money. So it's like, yeah, they do want you to, we need $15 an hour. They like, yep, we sure do need you to make $15 an hour, because we're going to get some of that too. So then the business corporation, now they fighting because they done passed a law that said now you got to pay your workers $15 an hour or more or whatever. And so the people, they like, okay, well, yeah, we're going to pay them $15 an hour, but now we're cutting their hours. So now, yeah, you got that $15 an hour, but instead of you working 8 hours, now you're working 4. What did you just do? You just made your paycheck the same and cut your hours. Yeah, that may work out maybe as far as hours are concerned, but you're not making more money. So now you just have more hours to go find another type of job or something in order to make the money that you were intending to make with that one job. Or 4. But that's being heavily taxed and burdened. So he said, but the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew. Meaning, the more that they was burdened, the more they went home and had sex. Basically. And they were grieved because of the children of Israel. You think they'd be more burdened than they won't do. They'd be too tired. No, they had to relieve stress. They was relieving stress through having sex. And the Egyptians made the children of Israel to serve with vigor. And they made their lives bitter with hard labor, in mortar and in brick and in all manner of work in the field. And their work wherewithin they were made to serve was with rigor. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives. And now this is the death decree part. And he said, when you do the service, when you do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon their birth stools, if it be a son, then you shall kill him. But if it shall be a daughter, then she shall live. But the midwives feared Elohim, and they did not as the king of Egypt commanded them, but saved the male children alive. And the king of Egypt called for the midwives and said unto them, have you saved the men children alive? But the midwives said unto Pharaoh, well, because the Hebrew women are not as the Egyptian women, for they are active. And they deliver before the midwives come in to help them. Therefore Elohim dealt with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mightily. Now I just want you to tell me what kind of people that sound like. Okay? And it came to pass because the okay, I read that already. Oh no, I didn't. And it came to pass because the midwives feared Elohim that he prospered their households. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying, every son that is born you shall cast him into the river, and every daughter you shall save alive. That was a death decree. They were killing the male Hebrews, the male Hebrew babies. They was telling the midwives, if it's a son, kill him as soon as he born. If it's a daughter, you keep her. Well, why is that? Because women have babies. Women give birth to the babies. The men, but not only that, you carry the lineage of that man. Yeah, you got the mitochondria and everything, and it comes from the woman and all of that kind of stuff, but there's something with the man. And I mean, and the thing is, there's been such a death on men over a while now, to where it's not only physically, but spiritually, psychologically, emotionally, mentally, physically, materially, socially, and financially. They like, we gonna kill, if we can't kill him on all levels, we gonna kill him on some of the levels, but he gonna be dead. But it goes back to that slave type of thing. They say the Willie Lynch letter is a myth, but it sure do line up with the scriptures. And it line up with what it is that we see psychologically, and again, all of those levels that I just mentioned, where you can see that death. Men that are just not spiritually bonded. Because if they had any type of fear or reverence of the Creator, they wouldn't be doing any of the things that they do. Because Yahweh's spirit would be in their heart, and it will be impossible for them to do anything outside of the commandments of Yahweh, if they were spiritually one. Women too. But we're talking about the death decree of men. Because Yahweh does have an order. A lot of people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to be there or whatever. But Yahweh has an order. And in Yahweh's order, he does have a role for man and a role for woman. And both must operate in their respective roles in order for things to work the way they should and supposed to work. Everybody don't want boundaries, but they want boundaries. I don't understand. That's confusion to me. Nobody wants them to step over our boundaries, but you crossing every boundary in the book. Crossing every boundary in nature. Crossing all the boundaries. But that's what's going on. So, and both roles are important. Both roles. The role of the male or the man, masculine, and the role of the female or the woman, feminine. But there's a death decree on the man. And it's like, save the woman alive. Why? Because she gives birth. But we want her to give birth. We want the woman to give birth to what, to us, or to their thing, or to whatever. So it's kill the man spiritually, kill him psychologically. Psyche, soul, mind is synonymous. So kill his spirit, kill his mind. Kill it. Death. Kill him emotionally. Have him operating on the lower frequency of emotions. The highest emotion of the lower frequency emotions is pride. And some think that they have arrived when they're there. And it's like, no, you're about to fall back down. You're about to fall down. Because what the scriptures say, pride comes before the fall. Above, when you really start hitting on something, right? Oh wow. Whoa boy. That's something else. But when but when we really start hitting on something, getting into those higher frequency emotions, courage. Courage. Courage, because you gotta have courage to you have to have courage to go in the opposite direction of the crowd. You gotta have courage to do that. And then there's reason. You need a mind for that. You need the mind to reason. Yahweh even said, come, let us reason together. Let us reason together. You need a mind in order to reason.
Dang.
Then there's look, no, I think I just skipped over something. There's courage, there's willingness, there's acceptance, there's these are the higher frequency emotions: courage, willingness, acceptance, reason. I think I'm missing one. Reason, love, enlightenment. I think I'm missing one, but maybe not. But enlightenment. Those are the higher frequency emotions. And when you get into love and enlightenment, you get into healing mode. Now you have this energy of healing, to where not only are you you heal yourself, but you have the energy or the spirit to heal others as well through love and enlightenment. Whether somebody hearing the sound of your voice, what it is that you're speaking, or whether you're touching their heart through the speaking, or if you actually lay hands on them, those type of things. But you have to be in a certain energy for healing. And nobody's healing anybody or anything like that in those lower vibrational, those lower frequency emotions. Shame, that's the lowest. Shame, guilt, regret, remorse, what's the fear, anger, pride. Oh, lust. That's what, anger, lust, pride. How many do we have operating in that type of energy? That's a very low energy. And that's destructive. It's destruction. That's a destructive energy force. And that's where they want them at. That's where they want all of us. Really. But again, killing on that look, kill them spiritually, psychologically. And we talked about that psychological warfare. We just talk about stuff like that, in college days and stuff. Psychological warfare and that. Well, what is psychological warfare? Music. What you listening to? Television or whatever. What you watching? Videos, all that. What are you watching? What are you listening to? Psychological warfare. That's psychological. That's killing the mind. What you through your eyes, through your ears. Then Nikhil. Then again, emotional. We just talked about that on that emotional scale. First of all, if you're hurt, if you feel something, if you feel anything, the only thing that you're supposed to feel is that is so-called manly, or that makes you a man, is what? An expression of anger, an expression of lust, an expression of pride. That what makes you a man. No, that makes you a destructive force. And then frustration is there because there's a feeling of there being more, and especially when you see and feel other people operating in higher frequency emotions, and how free and light that is and feel. And then they can't express those same things. It's frustrating. And so, what? A destructive force starts to happen because, now, like again, you feel, you see or feel or whatever, people on a higher frequency emotion. Oh, I want to be there, but don't know how to do it, get there, be there, or whatever, because in the ways that you have to do it, it's not deemed manly. And so now they're frustrated and upset and don't know how to express. And the only thing that can be expressed is that, again, those lower frequency emotions. And then it comes out the way that it does. Or just a total disconnect from emotions at all. Emotions, period. Just not gonna feel anything. Apathy. That's not good. Emotions is energy in motion. You're not in motion. Apathy. And then of course, then you got the other ones. You can see it. So look physically. That's when it's look whether shooting, whether you're shot, whether you're killing yourselves with drugs or bad food, processed food, alcohol drinking every 5 minutes, or whatever. And I'm not saying anything as far as those things being sin. It's just that those things being bad habits that are not good for your health, that's deteriorating the physical body. Having your body in all kinds of places and doing things with it that is unclean, all of that is death. Socially, well, that has to do with the environments that you're in. The environments that whether it's school or the workplace, or where you live, then the social circles that you end up being in because of environments that you frequent, because you tend to take on the energy of the environment that you're in. So then you start attracting based on that energy, people that's in that same energy as you are. So now you got death around you. Then materially, because you don't have the materials that you need to have or whatever, and financially, because now you don't have money, or you don't have enough money, or whatever, or doing crazy things for money that you get. It's a vicious cycle. But that's death on many levels, to where when we hear death and we just think, physical death in relationships. Because if you don't know how to manage your emotions and things like that, you definitely won't have good relationships with people. Just a death all the way around. And then, look, save the girl alive. If it's a female. And where do we see, how that working? We see that. We see it, and we've been seeing it for quite some time. And with things that are happening now, because it's about to be such a shock, and again, people thinking that this thing is just going to blow over, and everything will be back to back straight or whatever in a couple of days or weeks or whatever. No, baby, this is 7 years. This is 7 years. And look, because it's in a fixed sign, because it's in a fixed sign, um, and aspecting other fixed signs. Ain't no that. Mm. But the things that we see changing, just like was mentioned before, um, um, because like I said, you were thinking feeling the same thing that I was feeling like, no, they're gonna close these schools and everything down, and because it's things that they have to do as far as this money is concerned too. When trying to move from, I mean, they've been trying to make everything paperless for some time now. Hey, enroll in paperless billing. Um, Store stuff in your iCloud so you don't have to use paper and all of this kind of stuff. So you think, not money, especially money hasn't been backed by gold since the last Great Depression. We went off of the gold standard then. You had the paper notes because people, you couldn't walk around with bricks of gold and bricks of silver or whatever. So the paper money were IOUs, silverbacks. They were IOUs to say, I have this much money in gold. And, and so I'm giving you these notes as an IOU for you to come get the gold or silver or whatever for said goods or whatever. Well, during the Great Depression, it moved us off the gold standard back then. So that's why things have been inflating. The money and then printing more money and changing the money over and over and over again. Now, Joshua ain't like that too tough. He went in there and dealt with those money changers, didn't he? Whipped them up real good. Threw over tables, all of that. This is a throwing over of tables. This is a throwing over of tables. So again, 7 years. And things are not just finna be like back to normal real quick. And they know that. That's one of the reasons why they got people, okay, we finna call off this and we gotta call off that, and then now, okay, we closing these schools, and then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do that. When they announced that no more paper money, you can't have folks in at work. You gotta have them in their own house. Oh, this is breaking news. We already saw an article circulating talking about, coronavirus being on the money. I'm like, yeah, see, this is how they are going to tell the people or tell the public that we have to stop circulating paper money in order to not circulate the coronavirus around. So we have to get rid of it. I could be wrong, but I already saw a news article floating around about that. Coronavirus could be on the money. Could be. Who knows what kind of, the money that came through our hands that was probably gotten from the strip club and somebody's thong or whatever anyway. I mean, who knows? We don't know where this money been. But the cards, the chips, the different ways of where we can transfer money to each other, the cash apps, and you see what I'm saying? All of those kind of things. The direct deposit, set up your direct deposit, have it going directly into your account. Get Bitcoin, do that. Homes, like I said before, the online streaming for education and all of that kind of stuff. I'm telling you, They were trying to get, um, it was a lot of teachers that, they're like a part-time job teaching English to foreign students or whatever, and doing this stuff online. I'm having virtual classes, and I'm just I don't know why, but I feel that that's what they're about to do. I feel that that's what they are about to do, and they are going to have things set up to where, you know, um, they'll have to log in and use their laptops or whatever in order to teach their classes and teach their students. They got to log in. They have to log in um, for a while. The next thing, where we at? Okay, so with the Taurus, and then that's with the we talked about that already with humanity. The fellow man and wealth. So yeah, so yeah, that's it. But I wanted to show that according to the scriptures and the signs that it also gives us on these tarot cards. The tarot cards it's the Bible. It's Psalms 119 and pictorial illustration. The movements and the bodies of the planets and everything moving in its course and in its time. That's Yahweh's clock. He's not bound by time. Yahweh abides within eternity. But us, mankind, living on earth is subject to time. And there are certain things that are just not going to happen until the time comes. Like with Joseph, when it said in the process of time. Like Joseph had 2 dreams before he even, all that other stuff happened. With his brothers and all of that kind of stuff. And it would say, and through the process of time. In the process of time. That means there's a certain time for things to transpire. Like it's a certain time to have a baby. It's 9 months or 10 lunar months, 40 weeks for the body to develop, for that fetus to develop before it's time for it to be born. If it's born any time before that, I mean, like at 7 months or whatever, yeah, you can the baby is still kind of developing, but all of the vital organs and all of that kind of stuff, all of that thing, it's there. The baby can live and survive, and if you went into labor, they'll allow you to have a baby, fine. Because it's like the last month or the last couple of weeks is just like the baby is getting more fat deposits. But now 7 months you could do. Anytime before that, baby premature. I know I had twins prematurely. Baby is premature. Everything is not developed. It's critical, it's crucial. Certain things you got to do. There may be some developed disabilities, things that just aren't developed, some developmental delays, all of those kind of things before the time. Or before, there we go again with that number, 7 months. If it's any time before that, premature. 7 months and above, like I said, at 7 months, the baby's perfect, but it can still use some, gathering of the fat, the meat. 9 months, coming out with a fat baby. Fully developed. and ready to be born. But that's a process of time. It's a process of time. So I was saying that before, and I'll say it and end with this. Um, Yahweh told Abraham that his lineage will go down into Egypt and be uh let me see. Okay, that's the Tower of Babel, and that's that they would go down into Egypt. Oh, bless them, bless you, curse you. That's such and such, so and so. Okay, that's when Yahweh appeared to him, and there was a famine in Egypt, and he went down to sojourn there, and the famine was grievous. All right. This one, he was still Abram at that particular point, trying to get to where he was wrestling. Or was that Jacob? It might have been Jacob. Neither by name be called okay, Abraham. Okay. It might have it might be okay, Lot, the angels. I'm trying to get where they was wrestling. He was wrestling with an angel and his joint went out of that was Jacob. No, I don't know. I'm getting folks mixed up. They all in the same family. But no, I was trying to get down to where he told them that they would be, and I might be overlooking it, that they would he told them that the seed, he said your seed gonna go down and they'll be in Egypt for 400 years. But then I wanted to go and show where it said that they were down there for 430 years. And Yahweh is always exact. So it wasn't that 430 years with the children of Israel being it. It's like that's not the captivity that he was talking about. He was telling Abraham about that other captivity that his people would be in. That was 400 years. Now there was a certain people that came here on ships. In 1619, they stepped foot on American soil. That trade was happening. It started in 1441 with 12 slaves. And they started shipping them first to South America first. So that slave trade started in Africa, in West Africa, and I think it's pronounced Martinia. And down in the South Africa, from 1441 all the way until up to about the 1600s, the early 1600s, when the first set of slaves stepped foot on American soil, it was 1619. So you do the math of 1619 to 2020, subtracting, you get 400 years. Last year or the year before, there was it was like a commemorative thing that I read, and it was like, look, recognized in this nation of like 400 years of African Americans being in America. It was like, why was that so significant or important? Where it had to be, and then there was like, and it was an ordinance where it was like different organizations that would do anything as far as education or whatever, if they wanted to recognize or do something commemorative or celebratory, that they would give them resources in order to do so. But here's the thing about it: they'll post these things, but like they said, you want to hide something from somebody, put it in writing, put it in a book. Ain't nobody said nothing about nothing. I shared it on my Facebook page for a while because that commemoration was back in like it was like August. It was about August, between August, September or whatever of 2019. Right? Still ain't nothing. But now it's 2020. 2020 again, 400 years. And guess what? Not only that, when did the children of Israel come up out of Egypt? Baby, when I tell you this thing line up, it line up. And it line up something fierce. Between the month of March and April. What month is this? March. March. He got everybody marching up out of the workplaces, the schools, these systems. People are needed to drive the economy. The economy depends on the people. So it's like, if I got to send, and look, Yahweh poured out 10 devastating plagues. Plagues. He sent pestilence. If you look up that word pestilence in the etymology, it means an unclean atmosphere, death. It was another. I remember unclean atmosphere. An unclean atmosphere, coronavirus. All now look, we're scattered across the four corners of the earth. I ain't saying earth is square, but the four corners: north, east, west, south. Whole countries, continents affected. Because we all over the place. And I'm not talking about just black people, okay? I want to get that. I don't know if it reconnected or not, but I'm gonna keep going because this part just in too. So all across. But like I said, I'm not talking about just black people or African Americans. I'm talking about Yahweh's people are everywhere, are all, okay, scattered, because we're scattered. We're scattered. The Jew and the Gentile, the Yehuda and the Gentile, scattered physically and spiritually. Okay? So, in the month of, because he told, when, look, wait. Let's go back. This is March. Baby, are you, ooh. This is, that just came to me. I didn't even think about that. It's March. And when did that happen where it was like, you gonna let them go? No, you ain't gonna let. There's been a back and forth going on for quite some time. Like, seriously. There has been a going back and forth for quite some time. And now we have a plague, this coronavirus, crown poison, to where now stuff shutting down in the month of March. And I'm trying to find in the scriptures where he told, 25. Wait, is it 25? Or is it no? No. But they came up out of there between March. That's why it's called March. Because they had to march right up out of Egypt. Darkness. That's what Egypt really typifies, darkness. Okay? But it was the month of March. And then when he brought them up out of there and he was, giving them the laws and, stuff like that, he told them that, they would recognize that because he said this will be the month of Abib, which corresponds to April. He said this will be the first month of the year to you. And that was the month of April. And he said because you came up out of Egypt at that time, the month of April. So, man. Everything is on time. Everything is on schedule. Everything is still going by the pattern. He is who he is. And there is nothing to fear. I'm pretty sure, first of all, if you are on here and you've been on here for this long anyway, you definitely his people. And you needed to hear this. You needed to hear this to understand some things and what's going on and know how to, navigate and move forward and go back to utilizing the tools that were taken away from our culture through various captivities forever, right? The cards used for, that again, pictorial illustrations of the Bible, of the Torah, Psalm 1 and 19. I just showed you right here with these two cards, and then how each one like correlates with the holy place, most holy place, court roundabout. And like I said, I'll get into another video really breaking each card down according to the scriptures. But that's what that is. That's what that is. And those that are adept in astrology and the tarot, because I hear a lot of tarot readers a lot of times, where they talk about they're like, I need to learn astrology more so I can understand, certain things when it comes to these cards. Well, I was able to pick up the messaging that the card gives kind of like that, but that's because of my training in the scriptures according to a pattern and knowledge of astrology and colors and symbolisms. You know what a sign is when you see it. It's conveying a certain thing. It means something. You know what colors are when and they have a meaning. They mean something. It's telling something. It's telling a story, and then not only that, it resonates. It not only does it resonate with the psyche, but it communicates with the psyche faster than actual like written words would. I'll put it that way. Written words. I don't want to say words because in the beginning was the word, and the word was with Yahweh, and the word was Yahweh. That was the word, and it was quick. Um, but words, as we know it, where you're seeing words on a piece of paper, the written word, it doesn't travel or resonate as fast as a symbol, a color, like the Egyptians wrote hieroglyphics, right? Or shorthand, stuff like that. Yeah. So So anyway, I'm out of gas at this point. Um, there will definitely be more videos that won't be this long. I hope. I mean, they'll be long, but they won't be this long. But obviously, there was a lot that um, Spirit just needed to get out, and showing those things. And like I said, I'm even floored right now because of some of the stuff that's come through as far as this being the month of March. This being the month of March. And the children of Israel coming up out of that captivity in the month of March. And the 400th year, when he told Abraham or Jacob, whichever one it was, that they will be, look, they will be in that state and condition for 400 years. 400 years and in March. Yahweh is Yahweh. Okay? Yahweh Elohim through Yahshua the Messiah gets all the praise, all the glory, all the honor, all of everything. Because he is exact and on time at all times. This is deep. I got to sit on this. I'm going to have to go back and look at this video myself. Yeah, I'm tripping right now. I am. That's something. That's something else. Okay, so I'm out. I am out. You guys be in peace. You stay in peace. When your mind is stilled and in peace, I mean, go look. This is what you got to do. I'm going to show you what you got to do. You see the hermit? He has a staff and he has a light. But you can look, we're all really isolated right now. People, oh, it's not, isolation is not good. It's not good. No, it is. When you're in a chaotic environment, it is. You don't want to be in a hole, in the dark and away from people. But look, the children of Israel, he had them go into their houses. And he had them do a certain thing in their house to where the death angel passed over them. Yahshua the Messiah had to be that lamb. It was a certain way they had to cook the lamb, kill the lamb, roast the lamb, cook the lamb, all that kind of stuff. They had to take drip the blood in the basin and take it and put it on put it on the doorpost of the house, on the inside, not the outside, on the inside of the house, so that the death angel passed over that house. And then if that lamb wasn't in the house, the firstborn of that household was gone. Death reigned in the streets. He got us in our houses. But we're if you don't live alone, then you in your house with your family. You're not isolated. You in your house with your family. If you prepared, you have the things that you need to have, because he would have guided you on exactly what you need to have in your house. Trust me when I say I know. I won't sit up here and say like I got a stockpile of stuff. But it's things that I've been trying to do over the years that he didn't allow it to happen at that particular time. And now I know why. I would have been trying to move all of that stuff, or had to leave it where it was or throw it away because of the conditions in the house that we was in. You know? And everything that it was like, well, if this is gonna happen, if that's gonna happen, or whatever, I need to have this, I need to have that, we need to have room, we need to have such and such, I need a deep freezer, I need enough storage in order to be able to store stuff and all of that kind of stuff. He was like, don't trip, I got you. Don't trip, I got you. And then guess what? He used a tower moment to happen in order for everything else to fall into place the way he planned it out to be in the first place. Oh yeah, the devil is an asset to Yahweh. That boy, Lucifer, the serpent, the devil, the dragon, Satan, and them demons, Yahweh got control of them. Look, sit thee at my right hand till I make thy enemies thy footstool. What's a footstool? You put your feet up on it and you rest. I'll make your enemies be they give you rest. You ain't make them your enemies. That's what happened with Joseph. Joseph just had his brothers. These my brothers. For whatever reason, them envy, jealousy, whatever, tried to kill him. Sold him off to the Egyptians, all that. Then guess what? Lo and behold, now they looking at their brother because they hungry. That's what he did. And then he told them, I ain't even mad at y'all. Y'all have to do what y'all did. Because if y'all didn't, I wouldn't even be here. It's cool. You know, it's cool. That's what happened. You know, but it will set things up in a way that you will have what it is that you need to have. We've been in this house for a year and a half. And a huge deep freezer that came with the house. And if we need to pray, I want to stock up meats and this and that and the other and blah blah blah. For a year and a half, I wasn't able to stock meat up in that deep freezer. I just wasn't. I went to the grocery store, bought groceries, but was not able to just stock up food. I got a household of 7. But then Yahweh made a way. Not only did he make a way to have that stockpile, but cut my grocery bill down in the same breath. Like, you gonna have a bunch of food and not spend, and look, not with a link card either. It's like, oh, you got a link card. No, show didn't. No link card. No, none of that. None of that. And within the past, what? I don't know, 7, 8 months, or I don't know. I can't remember exactly how, but full. It's things that he been get over the years now. Things to build up the immune system, what to eat, all of this kind of stuff. learning how to make certain oils and all of that. He will lead you and guide you to what you need to do, what you need to be, how you need to, all of that. All before the hysteria. Now everybody hysterically, just hysteric and panicking. Me and my sons was talking about that earlier. I was like, yeah, they declared a national emergency. They like, yeah, for real? Like, yeah. Oh, this happened such and such and such. Dang it. I'm like, yeah, people panicking and stores closing and I mean, just whatever, schools closing down or whatever. And then my son said, I mean, it's a national emergency and all of this stuff is happening and everything. He said, but I mean, like, I don't feel like a need to panic or anything. I mean, he was just like, I don't feel like worried or I don't feel. I was like, yeah, we don't. He been prepping us for the past 20 years, and I didn't even know. I mean, I knew that it was some things that was coming down the pipe, but the way that Yahweh was doing it, as far as like personally, I ain't realized. Look, you must homeschool your children. I ain't realized that it might be, but that's part of the course. And you got some people, ooh, I can't do that. Ooh, I can't such and such. Ooh, I can't. And now you kind of forced to do it. Now it's like quick where it's like, okay, are you gonna do this willingly or by force? That's kind of where we're. Are you gonna do? Are you gonna save willingly or by force? Are you gonna do this willingly or by force? It's always better to do it willingly. Willingly, always better. Always better. Cause force, now you're in panic mode. Nah, we don't need to be in panic mode. But yeah, okay, with that, I'm out for real this time. And we gonna talk. I'm gonna do. I've been led to do this. I'm gonna do some more videos as far as breaking things down by that pattern and where we are and all of that, because that, like I said, what just happened just blew my mind. What just came blew my mind. This going down in the month of March like that of 2020. So stay tuned to this channel. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe, because many people are on YouTube anyway, searching for different things and all that kind of stuff. And I will say that not only this channel, but there's another channel, some how can I say this? There's some other channels that I know of that I'll share for you to connect with, that'll go even more further and deeper into some of the stuff that I'm talking about as well. All right, because you want to be led and guided in the right direction. First of all, the Holy Spirit in you leads you and guides you. But then also the Holy Spirit will lead you and guide you to where you need to be as far as community is concerned. Whether that's a community in your area physically, a community online as well. And like I said, I'll link you to those other channels as well. So you guys have a wonderful twilight, and we'll speak again soon. Peace.